I welcome you all. Can we have a big round of applause for all of us here attending an event after so long after standing? Who all are attending a physical in-person event after the pandemic? Raise your hands. All right, I have one in the front, two at the back. Excited? All right. Okay, so we have a day full of course, we have a lot of dignitaries today here with us, and we have a day full of a lot of excitement about entrepreneurship. We keep hearing it, but today we have all gathered for it. So let's make the most of it and enjoy ourselves while doing so. So here I am, Preeti Hoon, your host for the day. Throughout the day, you're going to see me here, smiling, and without the mask. That is more important. And I'm really happy to see all of you, and here's a formal welcome to all of you. So congratulations firstly to all of you to make it here. Let's clap. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you to Business Connect Indo-Global Entrepreneurship Conclave 2022. I'm Preeti Hoon, and I'm going to take you through this day of full of stories, talks of entrepreneurship, and we have a lot of dignitaries present here, and throughout the day you'll be hearing them and taking a lot of knowledge and learnings away. We are going social with the hashtag IGEC22. So that's the hashtag you use while you are talking on social media. So you get the conversation going throughout the day, and let us also retweet you and see you talking and getting excited there as well, okay? So we are extremely elated to have our chief guest today with us, Mr. Horst Paul Jacob. He is the head of Industry, Trade and Investment of the Nigerian High Commission. May we please clap for him, ladies and gentlemen. And I request all the dignitaries now to come up on the stage one by one. Starting with the Ambassador Anand Trigunayaji, former Ambassador of India to Jordan, Libya and Malta. Sir, may we please have you on stage. I am CEO CSR Authority Sikkim to please have you on stage. Very happy to be seeing you, sir, with us today. Thank you so much for taking out time for us. Shri Sudhendu J. Sinha, Advisor Infra Connectivity Transport and E-Mobility, Niti Ayog India. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please? Thank you. Major General Dilawar Singh, former DG, NYKS, New Delhi, sir. I already bumped into you today morning. I'm so sorry for that. Resident Representative, Climate Scoreboard, USA Member of the Board, WFP Trust for India, Delhi. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Dr. Urvashi Makkar, Director, IMS, Ghaziabad, UP. Horst Paul Jacob, sir, can we also please have you on stage? Can you please clap, ladies and gentlemen? There at the back, I can see you clapping. Okay. Welcome, sir. Shri Abhishek Dubey, CEO, Business Connect Magazine, New Delhi. Can we please have you on stage, Abhishek? Of course, our Chairman, Organizing Committee, Shri Omkareshwar Pandeyji. Sir, can we have you please on the stage? And I request both the gentlemen to please be seated along with the dignitaries. Can I now request everybody to rise for the national anthem?
Himalaya, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchala. शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाए तब जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
भारत माता की
जय। भारत माता की
जय।
ये हुई ना बात। चलिए, with that, on that note, I would request our two gentlemen from Business Connect magazine, Abhishek and Omkar ji, to please formally welcome the guests with the flowers, beautiful flowers we have with us. Shilabhikar Gupta ji. Dignitary ji. Shri Sudhenu ji Sinha ji. C. Pandey ji. Welcome, sirs. Mr. Jacob.
सुंदर सपन सत्य शिव सुंदर सपन सत्य शिव सुंदर सपन सत्य शिव सुंदर सपन। जय इंडिया जय भारत जय इंडिया जय भारत। विश्व गुरु का मान लेकर शून्य का सम्मान लेकर ज्ञान लेकर अमन का अरमान लेकर विश्व में खिलता कमल। जय इंडिया जय भारत जय इंडिया जय भारत। अध्यात्म का उद्गम यहाँ, तहजीब का संगम यहाँ, जो भी असंभव विश्व में संभव यहाँ, संभव यहाँ। शांति सुख समता सकल। जय इंडिया जय भारत जय इंडिया जय भारत। सबने करें सरगोशियाँ, उठी हुई खामोशियाँ। अब क्या ज़मीन क्या आसमां, उड़ने को आज पीढ़ियाँ, हर बात पे करता अमल। जय इंडिया जय भारत न्यू इंडिया नो
Before I formally begin my welcome speech, I would like to announce that today's program is being chaired by His Excellency Honorable Ambassador Anil Tribunai ji. Is a very senior ambassador. Anil Tribunai sir. Round of applause. And our today's chief guest is none other than a very senior IAS officer, Shri Madhukar Gupta ji, Dr. Madhukar Gupta ji, and our distinguished guests from Niti Aayog. He has been on the policy making of the government of India. None other than Shri Sudhendu J. Sinha ji. A big round of applause. I would also like to introduce Major General Dilawar Singh ji, who had been the DG of the Nehru Yuva Kendra Sangathan and an army officer who has valiantly, shown courage and has fulfilled his duties towards the nation in Jammu and Kashmir and various parts of India, and is still very active and a very renowned thought leader. We have with us Dr. Puran C. Pandey, Puran Chandra Pandey ji, who had been, Director of Times Foundation. He was the founding executive director of United Nations Global Compact Network in India. He was also the founding CEO of a global think tank based in Germany, that is Dialogue of Civilization Research Institute, DOCIS-RI. So I welcome him also, Dr. Puran C. Pandey. We have with us a very gorgeous and very senior academic leader in her own domain, Dr. Urvashi Makkad. She is heading the IMS Ghaziabad, and she has been very, very popular in the entire academic fraternity of our country. Dr. Urvashi Makkad. Mr. Jacob is heading the Trade and Investment Department of Nigerian Embassy here. He is representing the embassy, His Excellency High Commissioner of Nigeria, who could not come at the last moment because he got certain, he is in position that he gets unusual calls from the government, and so he could not attend. So he is representing him. I welcome him. So I would like to ask for permission, formal permission from Ambassador Anil Tribunaya sir, the chair of the house today, to kindly permit me to begin the proceedings. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. A very good morning to you all. And it's very good morning still, because a lot of our guests are connecting from different parts of the country, so they have the mornings, they have the evenings, and they have the nights also as well. So around representative from 10 to 12 countries are watching us, and they are connecting, and they have a separate session in the afternoon, and they will be talking about trade, businesses, and how to accelerate their businesses today. So ladies and gentlemen, we all know that information is power, and knowledge is the enemy of problems. The application of correct information or the right knowledge can have a bigger impact than any technology. It can save lives, show the path of sustainability, and support in achieving prosperity. During COVID-19, we have seen the power of information as well as the benefits of a well-connected community. So that's why we are trying to build up a community bounded together with the threads of information and empowered with the power of knowledge. And that will take India towards a knowledge-driven society, economy, and leadership. It is my honor to give the welcome speech for today. I am extremely delighted as I take this opportunity in welcoming a galaxy of intellectuals and thought leaders of our country, whose name I have already taken. We have several other important leaders who are joining today from different parts of the country, and one of them is Dr. Shiv K. Tripathi from Atmiya University, Rajkot, Gujarat, is the Vice Chancellor over there. Dr. Bhimraya Maitri, he is Director, IIM Nagpur. Mr. Amitabh Deepak, he is AGM in Reserve Bank of India, New Delhi. He will be joining in the second session. Dr. Captain Mahinder Kaur Sahlot, she is the chairperson of Aerofloat Flying Academy Private Limited, New Delhi. Dr. Amiraj Atre, he is the program manager, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, New Delhi. Mr. Jubraj Singh Bedi, former MP, he is a chartered accountant and expert of insolvency resolution professional. Indira Sinan Ojha Maharaj, She is the former Member of Parliament from Trinidad and Tobago. She will be especially joining our event. I welcome her. And Mr. Mohan Lal Agarwala, he is the President of Indo-Gulf Management Association, Dubai, UAE. He will be joining us. We have with us Mr. Major Gurjeet Singh. He is the CMD of Napa Finance based at United States of America. Ms. Rekha Sharma, she is the Secretary General of Nigeria India Business Council and Chair of International Affairs and Export Import Committee, IIA, New Delhi. I welcome her. Dr. Ans Bon Kimakovic, he is the founder of Humanistic Management Network based at Switzerland. He will be especially joining our today's session. Mr. James P. Mimikos, JD, he is the Greek Indian Business Association from Athens, Greece. He will be joining us. Mr. Abraham Paul Venkatacheri, Global Influencer and a Strategist from Camp Coimbatore. Dr. Indrani Ramprasad from Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Loshni Naidu from Durban, South Africa. Dr. Abdul Diwale Muhammad is the founder and Group Executive President of Africa Asia Scholars Global Network from United Kingdom. Ms. Izan Nomale Swapnoel, she is the Business Advisor and Real Estate and Mortgage Institute of Canada. She will be especially joining. And Mr. S.M. Khan, Deputy Director of Niti Aayog in Delhi, he will be joining. We also have the blessings and he will be joining in the later half of the evening. Dr. Alok K. Mishra is the Joint Secretary of Association of Indian Universities. And Dr. Ram Upendra Das, he will be coming late. He is the Head and Professor Center for Regional Trade under the Ministry of Commerce. So I heartily welcome you all to this stellar ceremony. This wonderful day signals the fresh start to ideate, plan and propel our country onward and upward for an extraordinary future where progress and development would just be a byproduct of the greatness of our country is all set to achieve. This platform is a rare opportunity for bringing in a fresh lease of life and vibrancy to these otherwise challenging times that we all have seen facing without exception for more than 2 years now. Dear friends, you all know that India is witnessing a phase of kind of technical recession. I would say the technical recession. And it is our prerogative to take her out of this phase of depression. Our mission is not only to put her back on track, but also to realize our vision of India as $5 trillion economy, as our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, had been talking about and he has envisioned. So, we as a nation have been forced by the pandemic into inching slowly and cautiously forward, while the whole world is slowly coming back to normal from the traumatic period of this COVID-19. We must plan ahead to grow in leaps and bounds. And it is quite evident now that India is mired in the muddy waters of a prolonged recession due to many reasons. Apart from the heavy blow to the COVID-19, there was a subsequent global mishaps like Russia-Ukraine war and its consequences of the global trade. This is the topic on our senior leaders will be talking about. I'm just touching the topic of the day today. But there is a good news for India that in the recent surge in the Indian goods exports, which touched USD $400 billion, and that has put faith back in the hearts of Indian businesses. So I will not elaborate much on this subject now, and I would like to say that after the recession, we are going to bounce back in the global trade and businesses, and certainly India is coming out very, boldly and, very positively in the global market. A lot of developments has taken place, you all know, and our senior leaders will be talking about. I'll just inform you that we will have 3 sessions apart from this opening ceremony. There will be 3 different sessions where all senior leaders will be joining, thought leaders will be joining. And then after these 3 sessions, there will be a stellar award ceremony also for the people who are selected for those awards. And we have a special guest from Bollywood. She is Deepika Chikhalia. She is famous for her role in Ramayana as Sita. So she will be joining there. It's great honor to see all of you gathered at one place at this special moment of time. And I wanted the founder of this Business Connect magazine and CEO, Mr. Abhishek Dubey ji, to please come on the dais and say something. But he said he left this opportunity on me. So I would say that Business Connect is a vision turned into reality. Its founder and publisher, Mr. Abhishek Dubey, has pioneered to change the traditional way of working in the media industry. Business Connect is a first of its kind magazine dedicated to the corporate sector. It has emerged as a beacon of trust and transparency with authentic content and reliable sources of information. A dedicated team of editors are there, and I'm also now associated with this magazine as a senior editor. And there are designers, data analysts, journalists, and many more working in close, companionship to bring out sundry motivational writings for our cosmopolitan readership. With these words, I would again like to welcome you all and thank you all. Thank you very much.
Can I please request Dr. Puran Chandra Pandey to set the agenda for the day? He's resident representative, climate scorecard, USA and board member at the World Food Program Trust for India. He is the founding CEO of the TOC Research Institute, Berlin, Germany. He has worked for TOI and SPAT Industries in senior leadership positions among other large industry associations and non-profit organizations. Please welcome her. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be able to get invited to this very timely act, a very consequential, I would call this place as a get together. Because we are not here only to exchange information, which is available in plenty. You can go to Google, read a newspaper, go through a magazine. You can have access to information in a variety of ways, but all that information which we have access to, does that really serve our purpose in any meaningful manner? Could be the question that we could all ask ourselves while we sit through pages and Google and newspapers and so on and so forth. So I think it will be apt to call this gathering and get together, and every one of us have come together to talk to each other, exchange information, share some knowledge, and go back home having benefited from it. And I am truly happy, as I said, to be invited to sort of set some agenda, which is very important before we sort of begin to talk about the topic and the theme that we have in front of today. So let me start by saying that entrepreneurship, startups, and people in their individual capacities as well. There could be a two-man army of a father and a son, husband and a wife. They also might be doing several entrepreneurial things which oftentimes remain unaccounted in our economy because they are informal, they're not usually captured, and if they're not really captured, the value is not being determined, or there's no value being put on what they have been doing, the kind of value that they have been generating. So there's no price attached to it. And therefore it is only after consequential, as I said, to really think about what is really happening in entrepreneurial ecosystem, which also includes informal sector and also includes startups. If I were to really give you a quick rapid kind of an assessment of the ecosystem, which consists of entrepreneurs, startups, And a lot of that will really fall into the informal sector as well. Let me take you very quickly, and I'm very conscious of the time as well, that if we were to really look around, not only in India, because if we talk only about India, we will not really be able to put some kind of comparative yardstick. And therefore, I would like to really take you through a couple of continents. And I will speak to you what I've seen, what I've lived through, and what I know of myself. If we were to really look at Europe, let's begin with Europe and the West to a certain extent. We will really find that they have usually been regarded as the hub of startups, hub of entrepreneurial ventures, heart of informal economies, which together will really run and create a long-term value for big businesses, because big businesses in Europe and including in US and Canada, transatlantic as well, will not really be able to move and create long-term value if they're not really being supported by ancillaries, by startups, by entrepreneurs. So we have to really understand and recognize the kind of value which this informal sector goes on to create for big business houses in these countries and these continents, which otherwise will find it pretty hard to create more value, put more disposable income in the hands of the people, and also add a value to the economy. Because if businesses do not do well, they do not really create heightened business activity in that particular economy. And if business activity is not really happening, then there is not enough money, because if businesses do not really earn money, they cannot really give it to their governments, which get a lot of money by the way of physical means, meaning taxes and expenditure of any government will be determined by how much money they have. And therefore, it's very, very important for us to remember that in this particular continent, roughly about 50% of the total value being created by the businesses overall is being contributed to by informal sector. So we have to really recall and remember this. Now let me take you to Africa, for example. African continent, much like Asian continent, is growing pretty fast. Growing pretty fast, not only in terms of the kind of number of people they have, not in terms of the kind of technology that they are planning to embrace, not only in terms of the informal sector that is again contributing a lot of resource and value to their big businesses, which in turn create more value and pay more taxes and dividends to the governments. Africa continent, as we can understand, is pretty hard, very hard place. Unlike India, unlike Germany, unlike France, unlike a couple of other countries in Asia, for example, Philippines and Vietnam and India. If you are in Africa, you are living through a very hard kind of infrastructure. Not everything is very well developed. Governments are not really good enough to put very fine functioning public policy regimes. And then there is the problem of governance as well. So if we were in Africa today, we will perhaps realize that we are in a place is not easy. But let me tell you, Africa and African continent today, as we talk to each other, is a continent which is growing faster than Europe, than US, than Canada, and many countries in Asia. So let's remember that as well. And just to give you a little flavor of what they're doing, one example that I can probably pretty quickly run through you is that in Africa, the kind of interface Africans, the people and the business entities have been able to embrace, even puts India to a second degree, and many countries in Asia as well. So they are fast coming on to technology. They are leveraging their diaspora. They're trying to see to it that there are trade agreements which are going to bind people and governments together in order to move forward and create more value. And in Africa, like many other countries in Asia and Europe, many entrepreneurs are coming up, startups are coming up, and they are really trying to leverage money, skills, aptitude, hard work, and the governments as well are trying to sort of push that envelope a little further. And you will really find pretty hard to hear, can anybody in the audience guess which country in Africa is leading the pack when it comes to startups, entrepreneurial ventures? It's not Nigeria, it's not South Africa, it's not Kenya, it's Tunisia, a very small country in Africa which is leading the pack in terms of creating a very robust startup entrepreneurial ecosystem, and they're being backed by technology, by money which is being poured in by the diaspora, which is plenty in US, Canada, in UK, and in many countries in the European Union as well. Now let me very quickly take you to Asia as a whole. Asia's story is a very different story. Asia learned quite a few things early on. And they also learned that, look, whatever we have to do, we have to find our own fit of the ground. Many countries will come, support you, and hold you, but may not be able to really stay long term and be around to see and support your efforts to be able to create a very robust and salient kind of an ecosystem which will really take you far out. So India and countries like China, Vietnam, Philippines, these are the 4 countries in Asia, and I'm really not looking at Japan and South Korea because they are ahead of the curve. These are the countries that are named, are the ones who learned their trick of the trade in a very, very hard way. They went through WTO, they wrote wrong agreements, they had to correct it after having paid a price. Because once you write an agreement, especially the trade agreement, which is both bilateral or multilateral, and really go back and see what really begins to happen in front of those countries. And then the countries realize and recognize that we made the mistake in para 6, Article 7 of the trade agreement which India did with US, for example. And when you were to revisit any agreement of that kind, consequences are pretty severe. So you cannot really go back and then really make the amend. And if you can make the amend, it comes at a cost. So India, China, Philippines, Vietnam, and subsequently some other countries in South Asia, including Bangladesh, they began to sort of learn the lessons of how to do the business through informal economy in a way which is more value-added, which is something which brings more money on the table, something which employs more people, something which helps the country put in very robust infrastructure and R&D facility. And therefore, it will be pertinent for us to see what is really happening in Asia also. And let me now say that while we have Africa, we have Europe, and the US on that side of the fence, then we have Asia, and these countries which are sort of leading the pack. But when this COVID-19 came in, it really hit everybody pretty hard. And it hit everybody pretty hard for 3 reasons altogether. Supply chains got disrupted because everything got sold. So if everything is down, people are not there in the labor market, so they're not working anywhere. Companies have shuttered their operations down. There is no country-to-country trade taking place, or commerce taking place. And therefore, we had a very complicated, convoluted kind of situation. When COVID came early on, and then until now we're trying to sort of recover and see to it can we really find a fit on the ground and try and go back to pre-COVID kind of scenario. In terms of the business activity, which is very, very important for us to remember. So while we all got hit, because of supply chain disruptions, shutting down our business operations, money getting dried up, and people being thrown out of the labor market. So many people got out of it, and therefore economic activities in a way came to a standstill. So nothing really happened for about 2 years. And when nothing happened for 2 years, what was the consequence? Consequence was twofold, notably. One, that we started running out of money. That was the end of the road for everybody. Governments failed to deploy their physical and monetary instruments to be able to bring the economy back. And they were literally trying to fight and spend a lot of money on securing people, their lives, livelihoods, by doing two things in a way. One, putting a lot of money on the table by the way of economic stimulus, which was given by the governments to their industry, the entrepreneurs, people, so that the economy somehow could be kept alive and does not really die its unnatural death away. And the second thing which really happened, which followed, that cost of everything began to spike. And before COVID, we all went to the market and we bought 5 kg of flour. We got it for about 150 rupees. Now you go to the market and try to buy the same kind of product, same kind of a weight of flour, you are not really going to get it for any money less than 250. So what really happened was, in the process, that inflation began to go up, with the cost of everything went up, and people came under inflationary pressure. So these two things, among everything else that has happened after COVID-19 came in, and therefore we have got to really remember that what might have really translated in terms of the consequences which economy, both in India and around the world, might have experienced. And that had a very loud and clear impact on entrepreneurial ecosystem, startups, informal sector. Because there was no money, supply chain was gone, there were a lot of disruptions, people are out of the job. So no economic activity was really taking up. Therefore, what really happened was 3 things, let me say in the interest of time. 15% of the total entrepreneurs or startups or informal economy went out of the economic activity all of a sudden. In India, we have 50,000 startups. 15% of them got wiped out. There's no trace of those 15% out of 50,000. So they're gone forever, nobody knows where they are. Unless Planning Commission or some other ministry or the government might be doing some number crunching, but I can tell you with a very great deal of confidence and sense of responsibility, 15% of the startups in India have been wiped out and nobody knows where they are. 30% of these startups in Africa got wiped out. Nobody knows where they are. Countries in Europe, or European Union as a whole, they lost roughly about 12% of their startups and entrepreneurs. All of a sudden, nobody knows where they are. And Asia as a whole lost roughly about 25% of their entrepreneurs, startups, and informal economy. So you can really imagine the kind of hardship which this particular sector of the economy, very important sector of the economy, has been through, and therefore we have to be sensitive to this particular sector because it is very informal, it is not organized, There are very, informal ways of running it. Not enough money, not many banks who are going to come and support them. Simply because they do not really have any collateral to give to the bank to be able to avail of the loan. And when the COVID happened, financial institutions also dried up. So if I was out of the job, I had some saving, which I began to use for running my household activities. But when that saving also dried up, I began to fall on different kind of avenues, which is really hard for any human being. For you, for me, for everybody sitting there. Maybe some exceptions, but overall, when that kind of a scenario happens, like COVID-19 happened, we are in a very, very tight spot. And therefore, we have to really understand this informal economy, which is down in the dumps. They are running after their art. They do not really have money. Everything is disrupted now. So this is a kind of a global, rapid assessment that we really need to remember. Before we come to India, pretty quickly, I'm aware of time. In case of India, also, we have the same kind of playbook playing out. 15% of informal economy, including startups and entrepreneurs, are white. Nobody knows where they are. And that really happened mostly in airlines. It happened mostly in manufacturing. It happened mostly in hospitality and tourism. And it happened too much. When you really combine these three sectors together, formal, informal, big, small, medium, you cannot really imagine the kind of money which was wiped out from the economic activity and from the economic system. And the problem became accentuated when government's policies, especially regulators and government, because governments will always come out with policy, frameworks, see to it, things could be fixed and things could be taken to the logical conclusion. And then you have the regulators like RBI, which will again come and see if inflation is going high, they will go and hike the repo rate. Which means that you are going to then have your economy not growing at a good pace, or you are really going to have a degrowth in the economy. So it all plays out in a very, very different way. In India, if you really look, physical policies could not respond to COVID-19, and physical policies are usually undertaken, executed by the government power in the center, which has multiplier effect on sub-regions of the states that we have in India. And monetary policies are the ones which usually the central bank of any country will try to improve, deploy, and see to it that that instrument also works. But when COVID came, both instruments failed to work. And that has been a red herring. There's a warning for every government around the world that you have to find, the governments have to find ways and ways to find cushion that could be created for the people by way of policy instruments, because if COVID-19 corrects the damage and both physical and monetary policies fail to work, they sent so many people out of the job, everything went haywire. So the governments have got to really think and figure it out. What might happen if tomorrow there's a climate crisis? What will happen? You and I will go and scorch in the heat. And no matter what umbrella you take or carry it along with you, no amount of umbrella cider is going to help each of us. So if COVID-19 came, we took 2 vaccines, and we feel happy and fine and a little secure, in terms of not being able to track the virus again. Of course, there is no guarantee, but then we feel better maybe have 2 jabs on our arms. Remember what might happen when climate crisis hits us pretty hard. We will find it pretty hard to run away from the sun, the drought, rising sea level, and so on and so forth. So that is something which we need to really remember, that India as an economy, being too big, being a pretty big market, governments coming in and trying to do what it could do, but everything is far from normal. And in my conversations with my friends who are pretty at a senior level, people like Raghuram Rajan was my best mate, or Abhijit Banerjee was jail preceding. These people, including other economists, have concluded that every country around the world is going to take at least 5 years from the day we started with COVID until the time we get back to pre-COVID level scenario. And we have got to really remember that. And therefore things are far from being normal. And therefore in case of India, we have got to really think about the 5 things. There are many other things governments could probably look at, regulators could probably look at, people could probably look at, and entrepreneurs could probably look at. But 5 things are like 5 cardinal solutions which I could probably try and lay out in front of each of you. And then you could probably relate to how it all plays out, not today, not what is happening today, but what will really happen today. Because the proof of pudding, in terms of what we're going to talk to each other today, will lie not only in what we're talking today, but what we talk today and how what we talk is really going to play out in the future, which is tomorrow, the day after, and beyond that. So 5 things pretty quickly, and then I'll pause. First thing, since we're talking in context of India, let me say ease of doing business has to be improved. There is not there. There is too much of bureaucracy. There is too much of running around for the people. If I and you were to go to a bank to apply for a loan now, 50 lakh rupees, bank will usually not look at our face and give that money to us. Because maybe we don't have a collateral. So ease of doing business has got to be improved. No matter where we are still far from being where we need to be, in case we will really do things in a much better way. Second, we really need to see to it that we have a pretty good infrastructure in R&D, which is where I come to Dr. Makar. We really need to improvise and provide more strength to our academic institutions, who could probably work harder, who could train and skill youth, so that when they go back to the market, they are aware about how the market is and what they really need to be doing in terms of addressing disruptions which might really occur while they are there in the marketplace as well. Third thing, we need to really make our financial systems more robust. In India, if you go and talk to any economist or anybody in the central bank and talk to them about the pension fund being brought in, they will say, look, this is full of risk. We have to really see to it that the banks are better, they're better monetized, and they can deliver the goods. Third thing, we really have to see to it that our startups are allowed to list abroad. Government in India has been pretty averse to this whole idea. Unless you really allow your people, especially unicorns, to go abroad and list, they will not really be able to make money in that value. And finally, we really need to reduce the cost of doing business, which means, can I, as an entrepreneur, have an enabling policy where I could hire people when I need them, and I let them go when I don't, which means there are laws. Corporate tax is pretty hazy when you look at the corporate tax, so to say. And finally, different kind of a cost which an entrepreneur or a startup has to put in. if he or she were to really put the business in place, run it, and make money. And therefore, we have to really remember these 5 cardinal solutions which India and many countries are already beginning to follow that through. And be very good if India would really follow it through and take the whole ecosystem of informal economy, which consists of entrepreneurs, startups, and these many people who are really trying to create more value at their own individual level. So I didn't really pause there, I'm sorry, but I thought as much that it will be very helpful and important for me to lay that plan out and try and list out these 5 policy solutions which will only make India a power to reckon with. And whatever the government has done is great, but that needs to be sort of plowed back so that you generate more value, and once more value is being generated, we get more economic activity, more money comes in, and we become a thriving economy by taking everybody along with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much. Firstly, big round of applause for Sir. Sir, it almost felt that you...
Dear participants and delegates. First, I'm grateful to the organizers, Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey and other members of the organizing team for giving me a chance to share quickly some of the views during the already 7 of this wonderful event. I also congratulate on behalf of Atmiya University and my colleagues to each and everyone present. And as mentioned in the very beginning, that it's post-COVID, one of the few events which are happening today face to face, and we are fortunate to participate after a long time. After Puranchand Pandey, he has presented 360 degrees complete overview of what is happening post-COVID scenario. There is not much to add for me, but I would like to touch on 2-3 points very quickly. One is that what has happened or what is happening globally, the supply chain configurations and the rules have changed post-COVID. And when I say supply chain configurations, it's not only the how fast we deliver or how quickly we bring the changes, rather it is one operation which was earlier being done particularly in a particular country or at a particular location or in a particular geography has now been shifted during the COVID and now they are continuing. So this has brought many changes across the supply chain, and that has affected both not only the flexibility and the speed, but also how earlier business is connected across borders. So what we need to look into, how best we can fit in the changing supply chain configuration and how quickly we can adjust. That's point 1 which I would like to introduce. Second is, Puranji also mentioned about research and development, particularly the know-how of entrepreneurship and business development. So, regarding that, what I would like to mention that there is a great disconnect happening, and this is not only in India, but across many of the resource-constrained countries when I look at that disconnect is between the business, the academia, R&D institutions. And if you look at the success of the academic institutions, of the skill building of the businesses, you will see that we have the evidences that the countries which are making progress today are the one where this disconnect is made. So it implies that the skill, the development, the R&D has to come from industry as a natural partner of the R&D organizations operating in cybersecurity. So, with these 2 points, Finally, I would like to touch upon 2015, we moved towards sustainable development. First 6-7 years, we worked on how to implement, and we started making progress in some sectors. And after that, two things happened. One was the pandemic, and immediately we were trying to recover. The Ukraine war also happened, and which is ongoing in Europe. If you look the impact of that, when we talk of prosperity, peace, planet, people, and profit, it has affected worldwide. The current inflation globally, if you look at, is the one result what we are facing. So we have to find the way that it is not only about the business growth, it is about the business growth for the 10 years, for the 100 years, for the next generation, for the many generations. I am sure that all the colleagues and fellow panelists would give me a chance to listen more and more about the subject. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's wonderful. It's a great pleasure to be here. I am missing not to be there face to face. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shilpi. I'm really thankful to you that you took very short and brief and to the point, and you addressed very well. Thank you so much for giving your precious time and joining with us. And with the permission of the dais, because our chairperson has to take a flight and he cannot wait because we are already so late, and I'm very, very sorry to all of you because we are a little delayed from our schedules. So, taking permission from the dais, I would like to request our chairperson, Ambassador Anil Trigunai sir, to kindly speak a few words before he leaves. Ambassador Anil Trigunai sir.
Chief guest, Shri Madhukar Gupta, distinguished panelists, leaders from the industry, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and privilege to be part of this excellent organization that my friend Omkar Pandeyji and the Business Connect have created under the aegis of IGEC 2022. As far as the businesses are concerned, they have suffered a great deal, especially a majority of them. Certain sections, as has been mentioned by everyone, during the pandemic have gained, but a large number of them suffered, especially in the SME sector. But we have to look at the opportunity that these create. We have to look at the possibilities that have been generated. Many things that did not exist before have been accentuated and moved in a much higher gear. Today, being in the digital domain has become a habit for most of us. It was not there so much before. So that is something that has happened. New markets have opened. We have also seen that our dependencies on certain countries who virtually own up 60 to 70% of the global value supply chains is something that you cannot continue to rely upon. The world has seen that, and therefore there is a greater effort today to somehow look at India, which has a tremendous potential, going to be by 2050 the biggest country in the world population-wise, which means clearly the largest market, and possibly the second largest economy as per recent estimates. We have also heard from the IMF that during this pandemic and just immediately coming out of it, despite the Russia-Ukrainian war, India is very likely to have a GDP growth rate of 8.2%, which is a major achievement, and that shows the resilience of our economy and the resilience of our businesses, which is an extremely important thing. But something that has been lagging behind, in my view, apart from this economy, is that though we have clocked for the first time the overall trade of goods and services this year to about $625–630 billion, which is a major achievement for us. But at the same time, our trade with China has also increased simultaneously to the highest ever. That was not the case before, which shows that the dependencies have continued to be there. When we talk about India being a hub of vaccines for that matter, or a pharmacy of the world, we forget that a very large dependency is there. And the countries like United States, which are supposedly the open economies, liberal economies, have become far more protectionist over the time. We were looking at World Trade Organization to regulate it. Today it has become dysfunctional. We have seen other international organizations and multilateral organizations within the domain of the geoeconomics. They have stopped functioning to a great extent. So what does an economy like India do? A country like India do? It has to depend on its own internal strengths so that it can compete effectively in the global market. So when we look at something called Atmanirbhar Bharat, we have always been striven to be self-reliant, not from now, but 1920s, that was different times. And in 1960s, 70s, 80s, those were different times. That was import substitution and other things. But today what we are looking at is be a part of a global and value supply chains. We are to a great extent, we have grown into a developed economy, because one of the indicators of the economy, developed economy, is that you have very large contribution from the services sector. So in that sense we are there. But we are now trying to do the manufacturing as much as we can. So you come out with Digital India, Make in India, all kinds of programs. But the good thing about these is that there is also a blueprint as to how India 2.0, next 25 years, we are going to play out in the global. So we need to work together. As far as businesses are concerned, I would say that it is important that we look at those markets that we have not tapped. I was posted in Nigeria and we have the Nigerian commercial representative here. He'll be telling you about the opportunities. The fact remains is that in those countries we have somehow not been able to do enough. We need to be present in the markets. We need to talk to the markets, identify those markets. This morning I was talking to a friend of mine who was into the IT sector, and he said that why can't we have a real-time data through an app or a portal where whatever is being imported which is of interest to us from X country can be used by us to pitch into those markets if we are competitive enough. And that's a good idea. The governments think a little later. They take a little longer, but it is for the private sector, and our private sector have always been very vibrant. I will always remember and always say that India has been a trading nation forever. And we do remain, that is ingrained in us. But somehow, over political factors, colonialism, and the policies that we adopted, we became somewhat inwards and rather more expensive. The idea is that today, what pandemic has taught us is, in my view, there are 4 H that will be focused upon by us, by all governments actually. 1 H is hunger. So the food sector is extremely important, agriculture, and it's the whole value chain. And then we have habitat, climate. We are all witnessing the problems of the climate change. That is, and then it is hunger, habitat, and high technology. That is something that is going to be extremely important for all of us. To work, we have technologies, most hopefully green technologies now. And as you know, that greater linkages are being made. We are seeing new FTAs are being signed. Now these free trade agreements, whether we sign it with the UAE or we'll be talking about it later, or with Australia, or for that matter by November with the UK, or European Union or to some extent with the EU. You must have been following this recent Quad summit which was held in Tokyo. And we have this Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. And today, this morning, Fiji has signed as the 14th country of that. Now that is an alternate medium that is being provided to us. We know that this will also be part of the geoeconomics, and we must understand it. China has invested trillions of dollars into its BRI campaign, Belt and Road Initiative. Europeans have come up with their global gateway. The Americans came out with the B3W, Build Back Better. And now they have come up with the IPF. So I know that we should use them to the extent that we can. But at the same time, we would need to be very, very careful in where it is going to provide us synergies so that we become. I mean, as of now, we all know that we have a large number of IT people sitting here. Individually, we are doing extremely well. As a country also possibly contributing to the thing. But can we say that we are the country today? Everybody can depend on us. That dependability is increasing gradually, but that is on our initiatives of our enterprising industry and entrepreneurship. And I think that is something extremely important as a message. Of course, on the specifics, my friends will be talking about the opportunities. But one thing I want to leave a thought with you is today, from the foreign policy perspective, I would say that economic diplomacy is the primary concern of each one of our ambassadors. They are all accountable to it. Earlier, political work was more important than the economy. So use that. And if you don't get it, we have very quick redressal systems. So if you need any information, if you want any contacts while you are traveling, do use them to the maximum. That will be very useful for you. And it is very simple to write to the ambassador, and then the commercial officer or the ambassador's office will get back to you with what. Very often I saw that during my 35 years, and I have mostly handled the commercial work in the missions, most of the people will only come when they land in trouble or there is a trade dispute to the embassy, not before. So you wouldn't even know, and suddenly one fine day you have them coming to your embassy and asking for help. So it is good to keep them informed that this is your project, this is what you are doing, and if you need any assistance, it will be good for them. And if you have a terrible person with whom you have dealings, might as well share it with the embassy so the next time you're not able to dupe the others. So it's very important to be in touch. And now we have this dynamic balance, and I must tell you, and I can assure you, that barring one or two, maybe there are always odd cases. In most of the embassies, we have people who are far more active, proactive, and trying to promote trade because accountability has increased. So I leave it at that, and I wish you all the very best for these deliberations. And I hope you'll have successful B2B meetings as well, and wherever we can help, I'll be very happy to do it. Thank you so much.
It was very, very mild. I am not going to let any one of you go without clapping really hard for all of them. Okay? So thank you so much. Thank you, sir. And before we let you go, I would request Omkareshwarji to please, and also Abhishek, to please give a memento to our dignitary.
सर, हमारी परंपरा है कि हम अपने अतिथियों का सम्मान करते हैं, और सम्मान के लिए अभी सभी सम्मानित जो हमारे अतिथिगण मौजूद हैं, हम उनसे निवेदन करेंगे, माननीय मधुकर गुप्ता सर से, सुधेंदु सिन्हा सर से, पांडे सर से, कि ज्वाइंटली मेजर जनरल दिलावर सिंह साहब से, डॉक्टर उर्वशी मकड़ी से, कि सामूहिक रूप से उन्हें सम्मानित करें.
And I have a special announcement to make. This is for an award that we would like to give away right away. And it goes to Mahesh Purandre ji. He is the founder of Mahesh Purandre Classes. And this award recognizes the contribution of a personality who has been striving to make substantial changes in the educational segment. With deep admiration, we request Professor Mahesh Purandare to come to the stage and collect the award being distributed by our dignitaries. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, ma'am. Give a big round of applause. Thank you. It feels good when somebody wins an award, right? So that's the spirit. Oh, we are giving away a certificate as well. So, can I please request you to stay back? This is your certificate. Many, many congratulations, sir and ma'am. That's the opening remarks now. We had you waited for long, ma'am, but I'm sure that we're going to be enlightened for you.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to the august gathering sitting here. And my greetings to all the delegates on the dais. My special congratulations to Mr. Abhishek for getting this platform for all of us to learn from each other, and to Mr. Omkarji, because I'm sure that this is the brainchild of someone who needs to understand how we can collaborate together and can learn from each other. So I'm so sure that this platform is giving us the same opportunity. And I also must congratulate for the highly relevant theme of today's conclave on the entrepreneurship. There can be so many of the different dimensions to discuss entrepreneurial culture, entrepreneurship in our country, globally, with the different perspectives and insights. I will choose the educationist perspective. Being in the education sector since last 25 years, I'm sure that we have got this privilege to be in the company of the young minds. And once you are facing the young minds of your country, who are going to be the future of tomorrow, undoubtedly your reflections about the whole generation of the country in the coming years, in the past, have changed hugely. When we started our career in this profession of being an academician, being a teacher in the higher education system, the ecosystem of our country was entirely different. Probably being an entrepreneur have never been a dream of those generation of the students. Way back in 1996 I'm talking about. And at that time, of course, if a student is getting admission in an MBA program, the ultimate objective used to be to get a good job, to set up in the life with this stability. That used to be the focus. And just imagine that after almost now 26 years, how the landscape of our country has changed humongously. So I believe that entrepreneurship is not something which can be discussed in silos. It can be discussed with respect to the ecosystem of our country and how it has impacted right from the day the child is born in a family. What ecosystem is provided to him or her during the upbringing, whether we are really talking about being an entrepreneur as one of the wishful list of the aspirations which we create in the life of a child, because the days when we did our MBA, we were brought up with the wishful dream to become either a professor, engineer or doctor. And ironically, not much has changed with respect to this ecosystem in our country, that since last 25 years, the wish list has gone longer, in which being an entrepreneur is always in the bottom of the list. So the very first impact definitely is of upbringing. And then comes the role of the education institutions of the country. how they are defining, designing the whole education and how it is given to the students. Very interestingly, I'll share one research study conducted by University of Texas last year, post-pandemic, about the teaching methodologies and their effectiveness used in the different schools and colleges and institutions of higher education. Surprisingly, 96% teachers, they told that they are doing excellent job in terms of giving the skills to the students for their future workplaces. 96%. They are happy with themselves. On the contrary, only 41% students said the same thing about their students. And then on top of it, the bigger surprise is that only 11% corporate recruiters agreed to this claim. According to them, the skill sets which are imparted to the students are not at all relevant to what exactly is needed in the corporate sector. So this is the ecosystem. So are we really training and developing our students for what exactly is relevant and is needed in the market? That's very important aspect. And are we preparing them for the disruptive environment? We already have seen the last 2.5 years being one biggest disruption the mankind has witnessed in last 1 century. And undoubtedly, how many educational institutions were ready to face that disruption is a big question mark. If, as a basis of this study, only 11% recruiters think that the requisite skill sets have been given to the students, it's a big challenge. And we need to learn from these researches. And how they are going to impact the entrepreneurial culture of our campus? Undoubtedly. Till date, our focus based on this research, the second dimension was that what type of competencies are being provided to the students and are they really relevant or not. And it came out very interestingly that more than 90% of institutions in that particular research I'm only talking about, and the sample size is more than 2,000 institutions, that they are imparting only the knowledge acquisition skill. The applied knowledge and the application of knowledge is the not primary agenda. And that definitely is the bigger problem. So when we talk about education, education definitely has 3 major dimensions which are so strongly interrelated to each other. The first dimension undoubtedly is the knowledge acquisition. So how much knowledge we are giving, that has to be acquired by the student, the degrees are given. That's the first dimension only. And more than 90% educational institutions focus is only on this first dimension. The second dimension goes one step ahead of it, that is the knowledge to be applied to create the skills. So that second dimension of knowledge which is missing has to be created. And the third dimension of the education comes in form of creating innovations using the skills and knowledge in the first 2 dimensions. And when we are creating innovations, then we are giving birth to the entrepreneurship in the country. And obviously, if right from the beginning in our ecosystem, there is no seeds of innovation given to our children, how can we expect our country to have the entrepreneurial culture? And that's the reason India is 102nd ranked country when it comes to the entrepreneurial culture and number of entrepreneurial units created. Let's forget the last 2 years, of course, regarding this, because last 2 years have been the ray of great hope for our country when we talk about creation of new startups. And that is very clearly visible from the biggest trend which has been given by Gartner in its recent research published in March 2022, that the top trend of our country is the digital financial transactions have already crossed 48 billions in a year, which is highest and in the whole world more than even US and China. in the same period, China has witnessed 18 billion transactions, and contrary to that, India has witnessed more than 2.6 times, that is 48 billion transactions. And how come this could have been possible? Because of the number of startups which have come up in a big way in the last 2 years in the financial regime, in this particular genre. So no doubt the ecosystem has been created. There is a very beautiful story which we have heard during our childhood, that a shark in the shark tank will grow only 8 inches. But the same shark will grow more than 8 feet in the sea. So a shark will never outgrow its environment. It is the ecosystem which we have to create of the entrepreneurship in our country. And for that, all the different segments of society have to work in integration, in the collaborative manner, right from the beginning as a parent, then as the academicians, the teaching fraternity, and then obviously in the society. There have to be certain incentives for becoming a startup, for becoming an entrepreneur. So I'm so sure that we are on the right direction today, but still the journey is very difficult. We still have to do a lot in this direction. And I'm sure that as the educational institution, we are doing a lot in this direction, and we hope that even if that is an iota of change which is created through the institutions like IMS Ghaziabad, we are doing that. That's the reason that we are following the Bloom's taxonomy as the basic pedagogical tool, in which the focus is not on the skills which are imbibed only by having the knowledge acquisition, but the focus is on the higher level skills and on the cognitive competencies. And that's the reason I'm very sure that the students are getting great placements in the companies and they are being appreciated. I'm so sure that when we talk about the teaching methodology of the teaching fraternity today, undoubtedly there is needed a sea change and transformation. We have to rely on the immersive learning, we have to rely on the problem-solving learning, we have to rely on the experiential learning. There is a very beautiful curve which is being known as Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. As per this curve, the studies have been conducted that the learning definitely goes out and it is forgotten with the time lapses. And any learning which is given through the immersive methodologies, the pedagogical tools are problem learning based, that learning is permanent. And that's what is needed currently in the educational institutions, so that our focus is not on the degrees, but is on the skill set enhancements, competence improvement of the students. There is again one recent research conducted by Gartner of the 9 top trends in the workplaces, which was again released this year, beginning of this year, post-pandemic. And the top trend is that the institutions, the organizations have started their focus on the critical skills and not on the critical roles. The shift is from putting focus from the critical roles to the critical skills. So obviously, whosoever student is being created with the help of the students like us, they have to be the talent for tomorrow. And the responsibility is very high on the institutions to understand this. So I believe that this platform will give us a lot of new, more insights. I'm looking forward to much more learning from each other. Thank you very much. These were the initial thoughts. We'll keep learning from each other. Thank you.
So are we, ma'am. So are we. Absolutely, we are looking forward and we've learned so much from you today. Thank you so much for joining us here. Can we have a bigger round of applause, please? Every time I have to tell you to clap, that's not fair. Okay, now we have with us Major General Dilawar Singh. He's the former Director General Rashtriya Rifles, has served 6 tenures in counter-terrorist areas, commanded 2 counter-terrorist battalions, and is the only officer to have received 3 citations therein. He holds unbroken records for academic and operational excellence as well as long-term planning for the Indian Army. Here's welcoming Major General Dilawar Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please start?
Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. That's not the kind of Jai Hind that you respond with to me. Now, since you have not done that, I will request you to hold your hands like this. And imagine that the energy of the entire country is within you. Jai Hind! Thank you, Chair. Eminent panelists, Dr. Pandey and Team Business Connect. You all have heard the leading national and international leaders in their respective fields. I will take only 1 minute to flag issues which are likely to influence the opportunities and growth of business in India and world over. 10 points only. And 1 sentence each, that makes it 1 minute. The climate change, the biggest issue, and take it from me, it will be the most important. The carbon, water and food availability will impact the geostrategic, geoeconomic and geopolitical changes and will create new opportunities and challenges. Tighten your belts. Number 2, international conflicts. Be it the ongoing conflicts or the imminent conflicts. Let me tell you, there are more conflicts which are developing. They are just about to come. They are going to disrupt the supply chains, create challenges, and at the same time create new large opportunities. Point 3, domestic societal challenges. Domestic societal challenges. Societal differences and conflicts will enhance the need for strengthening the law and order ecosystem for foreign investments and development and sustenance of businesses. Point 4, currency and economy. The changes of geoeconomies and booming financial technology as well as digital currencies are here to influence your business in the times to come. Number 5, consumption patterns. These are likely to undergo major changes in the ecosystems. Point 6, sustainability, predictability and stability will remain the decisive factors for development and sustainability of the businesses. Point 7, technological developments. The need for and growth of new green technologies and alternative energies will impact the future of investment as well as businesses. Point 8, the microchip availability. This is likely to get a serious hit in the coming short term, and this will affect all your electronically controlled systems, starting from your cars to your big industries. The youth development. India had a very great opportunity of youth bulge. More than 60% has gone past. We could not take as much advantage of it as we could have. Now, in my reckoning, just about another 10 years is left with you. And this offers you the most valuable investment opportunities here. What should businesses do? The last point. Faster development, staggered evaluation for your business plans. Be a leader, stay ahead of the challenges and competitions, ensure correct implementation of policies, and stick to genuine technological development. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Short and insightful. Now we are pleased to request Sudhendu J. Sinhaji, the Advisor Infrastructure, Connectivity, Transport and Electric Mobility, Niti Aayog, to please come on stage. He is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College, New Delhi. He did his majors in history. He has experience of over 27 years in operations in infrastructure, planning, coordination and management at field and policy making levels in Indian Railways with considerable success and appreciation. Welcome, sir.
congratulations Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey and Mr. Dubey for organizing such a fabulous Indo-Global Entrepreneurship Conclave. And of course, I feel absolutely elated in the company of august panelists. Each one is better than the earlier one. It's very difficult to make a comparison. And in the company of august audience, we have got a internationally acclaimed filmmaker, we have got Nigerian official right there, and of course all of you. So the point is that there are three connects. This particular topic of the day, there are three connects. One is COVID, second is entrepreneurship, and third is way forward. How to create a connect between these three? So, of course, I am watching moderator also, because before she shows the red flag, I must close down. You know, let me try to be in bilingual so that connect is more. Ye COVID, this has got एक स्पेशल सिग्निफिकेंस हमारे लिए है। ये जो दो वेव्स आए और एक तीसरा छोटा वेव आया, इन तीनों ने मिलाकर के पूरे देश को एक तरह से समझे कि एक जनरेशन को जो एक्सपीरियंस नहीं हुआ वो पहली बार। सेकेंड वेव में आप शायद ही आप में से कोई होगा जिसके परिवार या कोई जानने वाले में या किसी और में कोई बड़ी कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई। सेकेंड वेव इतना ब्रूटल था। हमारे लिए स्पेशल सिग्निफिकेंस इसके रखता है क्योंकि 27 अप्रैल मंगलवार पिछले वर्ष रात के 9 बजे हमारे सीईओ ने बाइक पे कॉल किया, सेना जरा 1 मिनट आना, रात का 9 बज रहा है, सारे फाइलें क्लियर है, सीईओ बुला रहा है अपने कमरे में, इसका मतलब कोई समस्या बड़ी है। मैं सोच रहा था क्या हो सकता है, गेस नहीं कर पा रहा था। सो आई वेंट टू हिम। उन्होंने कहा, सिन्हा तुमने बहुत काम किया, 29-30 साल काम किए, एक ऐसा काम आया है, इट विल गिव यू अ लाइफ टाइम एक्सपीरियंस। तो आई वाज जस्ट गेसिंग ये कौन सा काम होता है, और नॉर्मली बड़े अफसर इसी तरह से काम आपको देते हैं। तो मैंने कहा सर बताइए। देन ही सेड यू विल बी मैनेजिंग ऑल द इंटरनेशनल डोनेशंस दैट विल बी कमिंग फॉर कोविड फॉर इंडिया। सो दैट वाज द टास्क एंड ही टोल्ड मी इमीडिएटली टीम सेटअप करो। तो हमने सोचा कि ठीक है, छोटा सा काम है, उतना तो समझ में अभी आ नहीं रहा था। तो हमने 15 लोगों का अपना एक टीम तुरंत खड़ा किया। किसी को एयरपोर्ट पे, इंदिरा गांधी एयरपोर्ट पे, किसी को कस्टम्स हाउस पे, रेड क्रॉस में, हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री में, हिंडन एयरफोर्स बेस पे, JNPT में, बॉम्बे एयरपोर्ट पे, चेन्नई एयरपोर्ट पे, सब जगह अपने लोगों को पोजीशन किया। और हमने कहा कि हम इसको कंट्रोल मूव करते हैं। सो एक दूसरे दिन सारे एम्बेसी को सूचना चली गई कि फर्स्ट पॉइंट ऑफ कांटेक्ट होगा हमारा नाम और हमारा फोन नंबर और मेल आईडी, 3 चीज चली गई। और मत पूछिए जो हालत दूसरे दिन से शुरू हो गई। इट वॉज अमेजिंग टू सी hundreds of people. They started pouring in. पहली बार उन दवाइयों के नाम जीभ पर तेजी से आने लगे जो कभी सुना नहीं था। टोसिलिजुमैब, एम्फोटेसिलिन बी, रेमडेसिविर, ये सब टंग ट्विस्टर्स पट आने शुरू हुए। और सारे देशों से फोन कॉल्स आते थे। मैं सबसे पहले उसको अटेंड करता था। उनको एक आदमी असाइन करता था कि ये आपको एंड टू एंड प्रोवाइड करेगा हर तरह का सपोर्ट। केवल आप जो चीज देना चाहते हैं उसको हम लाने की भी जिम्मेदारी हमारी है। देखिए उस क्राइसिस में हमने पहली बार देखा सरकार कितनी एफिशिएंसी के साथ काम कर सकती है। टॉप क्लास एफिशिएंसी, सारे अप्रूवल्स व्हाट्सएप, इमेजिन कीजिए कि एक व्हाट्सएप करता हूं और एयरफोर्स का एक प्लेन हिंडन बेस से उड़ जाता है एक ट्रक को लाने के लिए जर्मनी। ये एफिशिएंसी हमने पहली बार देखा। सारे क्लियरेंसेस व्हाट्सएप, कोई कागज नहीं, कुछ नहीं। आपने व्हाट्सएप पे बात भी नहीं करना है तो उसको सुनने की कहां फुर्सत है। और आप हमेशा नंबर 1 से बात कर रहे हैं, कोई बीच में नहीं। कस्टम्स है तो कस्टम्स बोर्ड का जो नंबर 1 है उसी से बात कर रहे हैं। उनको मैसेज दिया, उधर से अप्रूवल आ गया, एग्री, फ्लाइट नंबर सो एंड सो लीविंग। इस तरह से और पहली बार देखा कि पूरे दुनिया में कितना रिकग्निशन, कितना हेल्प करने का इंडिया को वो जज्बा है। स्टूडेंट्स, स्टुटगार्ट यूनिवर्सिटी के स्टूडेंट्स का ग्रुप वो कुछ भेजना चाहता है, उसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि थोड़ा सा सामान है, इसको भारत तक कैसे पहुंचाया जाए। तो उसको हम कह रहे हैं कि इसको आप फ्रैंकफर्ट तक भिजवा दीजिए, फ्रैंकफर्ट से हम उसको लेकर के आते हैं। पूरे दुनिया को हमने और इंडियन डायस्पोरा को पहली बार एक गैल्वनाइज्ड होते हुए देखा। एक अजब स्केल था और ये कार्यक्रम चलता रहता था। उस दौरान आप घर नहीं जा सकते थे, क्योंकि घर पर जाएंगे तो घर में अलग क्राइसिस है। पहला तो इसका इतना सवाल का जवाब दिया, ये कौन सा काम आपने पकड़ दिया, तो उसका जवाब दीजिए। दूसरा, यू कांट पुट योर फैमिली टू रिस्क, दैट इज द सेकंड प्रॉब्लम, बिकॉज यू आर एट रिस्क, यू कांट पुट देम टू रिस्क। तो रहना भी अब ऑफिस में ही है। ड्राइवर भी आपसे परहेजी करता है, तो बाहर आपने स्टूल रख छोड़ा है जिस पर वो आपका खाना कपड़ा ला करके रख देता है। कपड़ा का चेंज करना, वॉशरूम यूज करना, खाना खाना, सारी काम ऑफिस में ही चल रहे थे। इस प्रकार से कोविड को करीब 27 अप्रैल से लेकर के 6-7 जून तक, मतलब 1.5 महीना करीब हो गया, इस दौरान हमने मैनेज किया। और ये वो समय था, मेरे ऑफिस और मेरे घर के बीच में केवल 2 किलोमीटर का डिस्टेंस, लेकिन हम बेरली जा पाते थे इन 2 महीनों में अपने घर। इतना जबरदस्त। और आप पूरा कनॉट प्लेस और पूरा संसद मार्ग जो है बिल्कुल खाली रहता था, एक गाड़ी नहीं। कभी निकले तो देखे कि एक आध कोई ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाला किसी पेड़ के नीचे छुपा हुआ अपना बैठा हुआ है, और बस यही स्थिति रहती थी। इस प्रकार से पूरा का पूरा कोविड को मैनेज किया गया। कोविड ने 2 लर्निंग आपको बड़ा क्लियर दिया। पहला चीज तो ये बताया कि आपके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, जो ऑलरेडी गवर्नमेंट का कमिटमेंट है, आपका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी उसके साथ, जिसमें हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, इस तरह की चीजें हैं, वो बहुत मजबूत होना चाहिए। और उसके चलते गवर्नमेंट ने जो नेशनल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पॉलिसी लगाया, और इसमें पहले से ही वो चल रहा था, लेकिन उस पर और भी बल दिया जाने लगा हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को। पहली बार आपने देखा कि इतने शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन में कंट्री ने 10 टाइम्स ऑक्सीजन के प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ा दिया। ऐसा कहीं होता नहीं है। ये चीजें केवल दिस हैपेंस ओनली इन इंडिया, और कहीं नहीं हो सकता। बाकी जगहों में प्रोग्राम बनेगा, रोडमैप बनेगा, पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन बनेगा, यहाँ तो हर कोई लगा हुआ है किसी तरह से प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने में। तो वो चीज देखने का मौका लगा। और दूसरी लर्निंग ये आई इस दौरान कि जो इकोनॉमी अपने सप्लाई चेन को मजबूती के साथ पकड़ कर रखते हैं, यानी जितने उसके अपस्ट्रीम हैं, जितने उसके डाउनस्ट्रीम हैं, उसके जितने पॉइंट्स हैं, मैक्सिमम पॉइंट पर जो कंट्रोल करके रखता है, वही इकोनॉमी इस तरह की इमरजेंसी के बाद तेजी से बाउंस कर सकती है। और नहीं तो आप टिक नहीं पाएंगे। ये 2 चीजों पर आया, ये 2 की लर्निंग था इस कोविड का। और आपको बताएं कि अपनी इकोनॉमी जो है, ऑफ कोर्स कहीं कमी बेस चलता ही रहता है, लेकिन बहुत तेजी से हम बाउंस कर रहे हैं, बहुत तेजी से हम वापस आ रहे हैं। और इसको एक इंटरनेशनल इसका रिकग्निशन है। लास्ट वीक मैं लाइप्जिग में था, जर्मनी में था, और मैं देखता था कि जो दुनिया के यूरोप के सारे लगभग ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर्स की कंपनी में था। सब लोग मिलना चाहते थे, जानना चाहते थे कि कैसे आप लोग इतनी तेजी से स्क्रिप्ट कर रहे हैं सक्सेस को। देखिए, ये बड़ा जरूरी चीज है। हमें प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है कि हम हमेशा ये मान के चलते हैं कि हम परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम अच्छे हैं। ये भी कभी समझना बहुत जरूरी है कि नहीं आप सबसे अच्छे हैं, ये बहुत जरूरी है। इसीलिए मैं हमेशा देखता हूँ, जब अपनी इकोनॉमी को देखता हूँ, तो मैं आपको दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि 10 साल को छोड़ दीजिए, अगले 5 साल में, 4 से 5 साल में हम जो हैं वो टॉप 2-3 इकोनॉमी के पार्ट होंगे, कहीं कुछ तो शायद। लोग कहते हैं 10 साल आगे तो पता नहीं टेक्नोलॉजी क्या होगा, कैसा होगा, नहीं, लेकिन 5 साल में हमारी ये स्थिति निश्चित तौर पर रहेगी। और ये सबसे मजे की बात है, हमें शक होता रहता है, बाहर के किसी भी आदमी को शक नहीं है, बाहर के किसी भी आदमी को शक नहीं है। इसलिए जब मैं इस तरह की गैदरिंग में, मुझको बताएं, आपको एक इंसिडेंट आपको मानस से बताते हैं। जब ये हो रहा था कि रामचरितमानस में वो स्थिति है जबकि सब लोग बैठे हुए थे और डिसीजन ले लेना था कि कौन जो है अब लंका जाएगा, कौन जंप लेगा। सब चुप बैठे हुए थे। अब अंदर थे तो लोग सोचे कि कहाँ 1 डाल से 2 डाल करते हैं, इतना बड़ा कहाँ समुद्र लाएंगे। तब एक पंक्ति बड़ी अच्छी है, काचुप सादे रहो बलवाना, पवन तनय बल, बल पवन समाना। किसी ने हनुमान जी को कहा कि चुप काहे के लिए बैठे हैं, आपने तो पवन का ताकत है, लीप तो दीजिए, जंप तो दीजिए। दैट इन इकोनॉमी इज कॉल्ड लीप ऑफ फेथ। यू हैव टू गो फॉर दैट। So Hanuman ji took the leap and then, the whole story after that. That is the leap of faith that our entrepreneurs have to take. Government is always there by their side, and I'm sure whenever you need any assistance, there are PLI schemes, there is an ecosystem. Madam Makkar so clearly explained, कि शार्क क्यों कहीं पर छोटा रहता है, कहीं पर बड़ा रहता है। जरूरी है कि वो इकोसिस्टम को आप बढ़ाएं, जरूरी है कि वो अपने आप में आप फेथ लेकर के आए। और जितने भी जो अपने कंट्री के, अभी मैं गया था, मैं पूछ रहा था कि कोई हमारे यहाँ, और जानते सब ये ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर्स हमारे पीछे पीछे क्यों घूमते थे, उनको इस समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि ये आदमी 5450 बस का टेंडर कैसे कर रहा है, कर चुका कैसे। क्योंकि पिछले साल पूरे यूरोप के 18 देशों ने मिलकर के 1300 बस का टेंडर किया। 1300 बस, इलेक्ट्रिक बस उन्होंने रजिस्टर किया और हमने 5450 किया। हम उनको कैसे बताते हैं कि 1300 बस तो हमारे बंदा बहादुर मार्ग बीबीएम डिपो में ही घूमता रहता है। तो ये नंबर को वो परसीव नहीं कर पाते हैं जो ईडिया के साथ होता है। सो टू ऑल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, इट इज द लीप ऑफ फेथ दैट इज रिक्वायर्ड। टू ऑल दोज हु आर हियर, यू मस्ट हैव कॉन्फिडेंस दैट वी आर द बेस्ट। It should not bring in complacency, क्योंकि ये जो रास्ता है यही अपने देश के लिए सबसे अच्छा है। थैंक यू।
Please give a big round of applause for sir. I think sir, the way you joined that leap of faith with entrepreneurship, it was fantastic. I've never heard something like that before. It's amazing to hear you. Okay, so here's calling Dr. Madhukar Gupta. Sir, please welcome. And he's the CEO of Sikkim CSR Authority, Government of Sikkim, and he's an engineer, MBA, a law graduate, and PhD in economics with a Masters in Public Administration from Harvard and Masters in Public Policy from Maxwell Syracuse. He has worked in governments of India, Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu as team leader in United Nations Development Program, consultant to ADB and Sri Lankan government, non-profit sector, cooperative sector, and as a managing director in State Road Transport Corporation and State Cooperative Dairy Federation. Sir, what an introduction. Welcome.
Thank you for the more than gracious introduction. I'd really like to thank my old friend Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey for having me here at this event. A lot has already been said by different speakers, covering a whole range of issues connected with the title of today's discussion. I'll start from a example about, I'm sure many of you would be watching T20 matches these days. So when the match begins, the camera shows the whole world, the whole planet, and slowly zooms in on this stadium. Do you see that every day? So, my favorite phrase is, on one planet, you see two worlds, the developed world and the developing or underdeveloped world. The planet is the same, and there is so much of variation, so much of diversity on the same planet. Why? Why some countries are rich while others are poor? A country like the US, which practically didn't have any written history before 400 years, today is considered to be one of the most developed. I remember when I was in the US, 2005, Michael Porter at the Harvard Business School had just come back from Davos, 2005, and he said, let's walk to my office. It was snowing. He said, I have a question for you. What? He said, I just came back from Davos, and Indians had their buttons open, and they said, India is shining. India is shining. Do you agree or not? I said, how can India be shining when we have the same population as the population of the US, which is below poverty line? After that, he said, you've answered my question. Let's talk about something else. If we look at figures, if we look at statistics, US is 4 times the size of India, and we are 4 times the population of the US. Assuming the same proportion of natural resources per person, the ratio is 1:16. Assuming the same level of resources, which is not true, because resources are primarily dependent on the kind of technology to which you have access. If you have to mine anything, if you have to drill oil or gas, so a big function of what is available with you is a big function of the technology that you are using. Can we compete with the US? All other things being equal, even if we assume which are not. We have been talking about the demographic dividend. As Madam was saying earlier, how many of our graduates are employable? We could be producing graduates, but are they employable? People have been talking about the new education policy. And when I say this, I say with a lot of responsibility. As a former government officer, what is new about this policy? If you see the 20th century, most of the Nobel laureates in pure sciences, later on, even in economics, but generally in sciences, would come from Europe. Post 1950s, most of them started coming from the US or from the so-called more developed world. Why? US is what it is because of its university system. Today, what is the difference between an arts college and a medical college or an engineering college in India? The primary difference is it has a semester system. For example, in the IITs or even in other engineering colleges, you have to appear for weekly exams, which means you imbibe what is being taught to you better. In the US, you have concurrent evaluation. Every class, you are being evaluated. And the moment the professor realizes that you haven't read the reading material or the case study, he'll bring down your evaluation on a particular day. So that is the kind of learning which has been promoted, especially in the last 70 plus years in the US. And that is what has catapulted US to where US is. The search for excellence, the quest for excellence. What is new in our new education policy? Have we moved to the semester system? There, whether you take arts or engineering or medicine, it is all semester system. There are colleges or universities like University of Chicago which have the trimester system or what they call the quarter system. So you basically have to go through 3 quarters in a year. You are running all the time. That is the kind of pressure which you have to learn. Is it a part of the new education policy? No. For what reason, I don't know. Change has to be not for the sake of change. Change has to be material. We should be able to see the change. 2 things now in the UK or Scotland, even parts of Europe, examinations are held at the end of the year, like what happens here in India in most of the colleges and universities. So you can afford to bunk classes, not to learn every day and cram up things towards the end of the year and still get good grades. But is it good learning? Are we producing the right professionals or right academics? That is the reason today we find even the European, British, Scottish universities lagging way behind American universities. There's nothing great about American universities. Basically, what changes you bring in the ecosystem. I remember any day when I would read my case study, I'll be so shaky in the class and I'll prefer to keep quiet than to say anything which is flaky. We write a lot of stuff in our articles, we say a lot of things in our presentations which are not validated by data. I remember I was Principal Secretary of Transport in Rajasthan and the Finance Secretary said, we'll increase your target by 10%. Now how does this figure of 10% come? Has the number of vehicles increased by 10%? Where do we get this figure of 10%? One budget, the next budget, you look at the last budget and you readjust the figures. And you have a new budget before you. Have we done due diligence? Have we started every show? Have we started fresh? No. things which have been practiced in the country for the last 75 years, we are still continuing with that baggage. One day, my supervisor, she said, Madhukar, you don't write on the file. I said, ma'am, why should I write on the file? I can see 100 files without taking even one decision. I am paid by the government to take decisions, not to see files. And if I feel the right decision is being taken on the file, why the hell should I write on the file? A doctor in All India Institute, in very cryptic handwriting, will prescribe the medicine. It is not the handwriting or the paper on which the prescription is written which is relevant or which is material. What is material is what solution is he providing to the problem. Clarity of what needs to be done and what, especially what doesn't need to be done, is extremely important in making policy, changing policy, and most importantly, implementing policy. Same policies across the country are implemented differently and differentially in different states of the country. Chanakya, long time back, and I used to read a course called Reasoning from History. And the basic objective was to understand what has happened in the past in our country. And what is there to learn? Can we learn from our own history to plan for the future? Now, today, whenever I talk to people, they'll say we are building institutes of excellence for providing livelihoods. Why do you need an institute of excellence? If a boy has to be trained as a driver, why do we need an institute for that? It's all experiential. A barber, his sons learns to cut hair by seeing his father. We don't need institutes for that. And as a country, we can't afford these institutes. What is the final destination? Is it to build institutions or to provide jobs or to provide livelihoods? If something can be done in a cost-effective manner, do we need to do it in a roundabout manner? Do we have the wherewithal for that? Or do we have the luxury of time to wait for things to happen? I remember once we were given an assignment to write a one-pager on a family policy. People refusing, youngsters refusing to get married, refusing to produce children. We still have the reverse problem. Our parents in general, Indians in general, are still obsessed with getting their boys and girls married as early as possible. And the blackmail is, I want to see a granddaughter, I want to see a grandchild. Now, just see the difference between marrying somebody at the age of 20 and marrying somebody at the age of 30. You are adding one more generation. In 20 years, you are adding an additional generation. So the point is, so we were asked to write a paper on family policy, just to how to encourage people to get married, have families, and have children. So I didn't write anything. And when the professor asked me why, I said something which is driven by culture You can't be intruding into people's bedrooms. You can't have a family policy. And he said, let's stop here. This answer could have come only from an Indian. Anyway, the Chinese experimented with a one-child policy. Now it has become the norm, even after withdrawing that policy. Believe me, whenever I travel in this country to places where I've been posted, I was posted in Kanyakumari. I was a kid, from Delhi University. I finished my MBA from FMS. And I was thrown into the ocean literally as SDM of Kanyakumari district. Now, to see a totally different ecosystem. Anyway, there was hardly any choice. But then, today when I visit Kanyakumari, Chennai, Trivandrum, Bangalore, what have we done to Bangalore? I went to Nagpur a few days back and I asked the taxi driver, I said, ये मेट्रो में कौन बैठता है? सब लोग घुमाने के लिए बच्चों को लेके जाते हैं. We think metro is the solution to all transportation problems in an urban area. Metro is metro, it is subway, it is not over the ground. Calcutta is the only place which continued with trams. Even today, the tram ticket is like 1 rupee and it takes you into the heart of Calcutta. We throw the trams, post-independence, without applying a mind. Trams used to get into the heart of Delhi, into Chandni Chowk. Can't we think of introducing trams now? Can't we think of other solutions? Or do we want to go for this very expensive projects like the metro? 1980 when I saw Bangalore for the first time, beautiful city. Now see how ugly MG Road looks with the metro. We have literally screwed up the skyline of our beautiful cities. How many of us know about urban development? Shamelessly, we are converting villages into towns and cities. गांव को गांव क्यों नहीं रहने देते, उसको शहर क्यों बनाना चाहते हैं? It is much more expensive to maintain people in towns and cities, especially metros. Why can't we keep people in villages? Now with the internet, access to IT, where is the need to bring people to cities? A lot of things need to change. India and countries like India were known for people to be working with their hands. There is no town, city, village in this country where I traveled which didn't have something interesting, something unique. Everywhere, handlooms throughout the country. Fabulous handlooms across the country. We had a great tradition to work with our hands. Why don't we continue those traditions? Why do we go for expensive solutions? Why do we need, again, at the cost of reputation, why do we need these islands of excellence? During Muslim times, Mughal rule, later on the British rule, there were hardly any governments, no ministries were there, no civil servants. But still, traditions continued. In spite of governments, no subsidies, no loans, still those traditions continued. See the kind of food which is produced in this country, across the country. Again, tradition. We have carried on our tradition. We haven't learned from our own tradition. At the same time, a lot of inbreeding has taken place in our country, where we do not look at solutions outside our country. Singapore became independent in 61. Air India was set up, I think, in 31 or 32. 3 airlines, Singapore Airlines, Thai Airways, and Cathay Pacific, and they're all public sector, mind you. All 3 are still public sector. It's a very, I would say, rather than use a very strong word, it's a very flaky argument that private sector is better than the public sector. Both of them have to coexist. Again, an example which we don't need to follow from the US. US is a huge country, ideally suitable for railroad transportation. But the private car lobby bought over those railroads and they never allowed railroads to flourish in the US. Again, a bad example of transportation. Not a good example to India. And the British was wise enough to create this network of railways. So, where is it that we, so I was talking about Air India. Those countries which started afresh, they did much better than we did. All of us, I remember when I was managing director of the Road Transport Corporation, you also might have seen in railways, buses, they will take money. The conductor or the attendant will take money for the ticket, but he will not issue a ticket to you. So obviously he pockets that money. So which is called theft in revenue. So as a country, we always talk about corruption. We have to choose China again. The focus is on value addition. Focus is on creating wealth. Distribution of wealth comes later on. Many times, often we see people in our country saying that, complaining that so much of affirmative action is there, reservation for different communities, different tribals, whatever. US also has some reservation, some affirmative action is there. But then they said, rather than focus on how we cut the cake, we are cutting the cake according to some rules. 15% for scheduled castes, 7% for tribals, whatever. They said, rather than be focused on cutting the cake, how we cut the cake, increase the size of the cake, so that all communities have more. Today, all IITs, when we were studying, there were just 3 IITs, 3 or 5 IITs. Now you have maybe 15 IITs. Changing the name of a college, anyway, not going into that story. So we have changed names, we have upgraded many colleges into IITs, whatever. Still, IITs all put together produce not more than 20,000 students or 20,000 engineers every year. Sloan School of Management at MIT or Harvard Business School, Sloan School, when I saw it for the first time, I said, only one building producing 1,000 MBAs every year. Classes continue on Saturday and Sunday also. Here, you have fixed teaching hours. We are still in the same old paradigm. Why can't this scale it up to 2 lakh students in the IITs? What prevents that? We have to use our infrastructure better. We have to focus on people. Countries are built by brick and mortar, are built by flesh and blood, not by brick and mortar. I worked as Vice Chancellor of 3 universities. You can practically change everything. We are in the habit of artificially creating shortages. The mindset is like that. The quality will come down. The quality will not come down. In a country like India, we have to be cost effective and we have to scale up things. Now, entrepreneurship. Today, I want to put up a small tea shop somewhere in Delhi. Can I do that? I want to earn my own livelihood. I want to use a push cart. 10 fellows will come, municipal corporation, police, so many people. I have to face so many people. Why can't we give them licenses? If we have to provide cost-effective food in this country, we have to encourage street food. And the easiest way is charge them very reasonably, license them, just like the hawker centers in Singapore. And most of the women, most of our people know how to cook. And they can add value and they can sell things at a very low price, 10% of what you get in hotels. At the same time, if you reflect 20 years back, today when I was coming to this hotel, so the guard asked me, कि साहब कहाँ जाएंगे, क्या करने आए हैं होटल में? तो ऐसे चक मारने जा रहे हैं. So when he heard me, he didn't ask any questions. Knew that he'll get a mouthful. अरे 2 साल कोरोना में सारे होटल बंद हो गए. हम लोग आ रहे हैं और ये सब अब बेसर पैर के सवाल कर रहे हैं. Why? 95, first time I went to Africa. And I was scandalized, I was surprised to find private security. I said, what are the police doing? Why should we have private security? In this country, people don't want to work. 8 घंटे वर्दी डाल के खड़े रहना है. And they're a nuisance. You look at Nirbhaya case, so many other cases. Most of these crimes have been committed by these kind of people. Why do we need people around? One, even if you want somebody at the gate, have one person. Do you like so many intrusions? I don't like these people in black uniform. How are they contributing to the wealth of this country? What are they trying to do? Why can't we ask a peon? Why can't we ask a driver? Once he brings you to the office, let him function as a clerk, let him function as a peon. Why does he want to sit in the car itself, doing nothing, gossiping? My professor, her daughter had turned 16 and she told her, either you pay me rent or you move outside. Here we feel obligated to serve our children till whatever time they are with us. Why don't we encourage our youngsters to work with their hands? What is the shame in all our religions in this country? Tell us, shed your ego. Why Hinduism, Buddhism, whatever? Why do these religions encourage you to beg? The basic idea is you should lose your ego. When you go and ask for food somewhere, people can say all kinds of things to you. So the basic idea and the basic premise is shed your ego. Listen to a lot of abuse so that your ego goes away. Likewise, we have someone from the armed forces. When you join NCC or when you join Israel, compulsory conscription for 1 year. For all students, nobody will get a degree without 1 year of compulsory military attachment. And when you go there, the same JCO will abuse you profusely. Once you become an officer, he'll salute you. but there he'll abuse you. Again, the same idea is to crop all your rough edges. That is the answer to making these people more employable. We are spoon feeding our younger generation. We are spoiling them. When Akbar found Jahangir was getting spoiled, he was found drunk at the age of 14. He told Man Singh, take him to Deccan, learn him how to fight wars. Otherwise, if he stays here, he'll get spoiled. So the point is, we need to be focused. We need to introspect. We need to learn from our own history. At the same time, we need to learn from what has happened in other countries. In India, when British were here, you had a superintendent of police in a district. You had a district magistrate. Now, if they are not good enough for whatever reason, our political masters don't boast us seeing our competence. They have many other considerations. And then the whole district is dependent on two people. What will happen? And if they are not good enough, people suffer till such time they are there. Why do you want? The British had an agenda, they had limitations. In 47, when the British left India, only 1 lakh Britishers were there in a country of 33 crores. Now we are 4 times. They had a limitation that the power has to be concentrated only in the British, because there are a handful of Indian civil servants. They could trust the natives. Now, can't we modify the system? We have to a small extent. But largely it is still concentrated. When we became independent, our political leaders in their wisdom, they imposed a stamp duty of 25%. On 25-30% on all land transactions, fearing that, like Pakistan, the bigger landlords will buy the land from smaller peasants, which was good at that time. Now, progressively, the stamp duty has come down to 6%, 8%, when men, women, there is some differential. Let's say if I have to sell land for 1 crore of rupees, I have to shell out 6 lakhs to the government for what? Selling my own land? Why? Same policies. And officers like me who are sitting in government, they are shy to take big decisions. Basically, we need to take big decisions like the British did in India. To take India up to a level where we compete with China or with the US. I'll give you a very simplistic example. Jewar Airport, which is coming up beyond Noida, now it has opened up that whole area. Most of the investment is being made by a foreign company. If you reflect, most of the cities in the world which have a population of more than 5 billion, they have more than one airport. And in India, we committed the cardinal sin of closing down 2 airports in Hyderabad and Bangalore, which was right in the city. And we encouraged the private sector to put up airports 40 kilometers outside the cities, which takes about 2 hours, sometimes more than 2 hours to go to that airport. Just see the opportunity cost in terms of transportation, time, money, whatever. Can't we revive those 2 airports? Make them compete. Like two cell phone companies make airports also compete. Jewar Airport will compete with the Indira Gandhi International Airport. The reason, the primary reason for the growth of Gurgaon over Faridabad came up much earlier. It came up in the 50s and 60s. Gurgaon, even in 90, when I was a junior officer in the Government of India, was just beginning. The primary reason for the growth of Gurgaon and beyond is the airport. Easy access and easy exit. Likewise, that area has opened up. Can we suggest to the Government of India, why not propose another airport in north of Delhi, Sonipat, Panipat, whatever? We don't spend a penny from the Indian Exchequer. Go for a global bidding, invite the best. But we need to be careful. We can't be handing over the macro operations in our country to anybody who's from outside. We have to have partnership. The whole idea is get in the best technology and capital at much lower cost because their interest rates are lower. What are we losing in the process? The whole area will open up. So these are a few examples which I thought I'd share with you. An elephant or a tiger, cheetah, lion, whatever, they are much more powerful, stronger, faster than a human being. But why? How? A man who's 5'6", he has imprisoned these, he has put these animals in a cage. Why he has been able to enslave these animals? It is because of this and this. The world is driven by ideas, discipline and hard work. Hard work in the right direction. Democracy doesn't mean indiscipline. What happened in Texas in the US? Americans, whenever they fail somewhere, I said, why should you be driving, why should one person be driving one car? Why? And the only answer that you get is the American way of life. We have lived like this, so we will live like this. Why do you need guns? How can you buy guns off the shelf like toys? Again, American way of life. Now, they also have to reboot. They also have to reflect and introspect and see whether that policy is good for them or not. At the same time, those of you who know about automobiles or motorcycles, I know that you're coming. So, Harley Davidson, again, it's an American institution. It's an icon of American society. And when the American government realized that Harley Davidson was being shut down, I forget the name of the president who was there at that time. I think Bush or Nixon was there. Bush? So he went to their factory and he appeared on the cover of Time, sitting on Harley Davidson. It's an American institution. We will not let it go down. Likewise, today, my bike comes in the morning and she says, sir, I don't have a BPL card. I have whatever cards I need, I have, but that bike doesn't have a BPL card. What is the ease of doing business? Loans, people who really want loans, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, they have no access to loaning. I remember the Government of India started a drive for loaning for the micro sector 3 years back. I was sent to Ajmer. loan applications worth 200 crores are lying with different banks. And finally, when I said, either say yes or no. Likewise, just see the inventory of flats, apartments all over the country, Greater Noida. Just see the inventory which is lying vacant. It's a national loss. Can we organize loan melas to ensure that people move into those houses, they start using them, and builders, rightly or wrongly, they have put in money there. Not only builders, people have put in money there. Can we bail them out like Harley Davidson? Mistakes are committed by different people, by companies, by individuals. But what is our role? What is the role of the government? We have to bail them out in public interest. So I get clear statements from the good-looking lady there, so I'll stop here. And I'll again thank Mr. Dubey and Omkareshwar Pandey for having me here and giving me this opportunity to meet you and say what I had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we could hear you speak that well the whole day, but it's just that, we have so many more other dignitaries along with us who are going to speak. And also, I particularly like the fact that how you connected our roots to entrepreneurship of today, and that you want us to preserve our tradition, rightfully so, because that is who we are at the end of the day, and we should not forget where we come from. Honestly, I love the fact that you said that गाँव को शहर बनाने की क्या जरूरत है? गाँव को गाँव क्यों नहीं रहने दे सकते? Sir, I must applaud, and we all should applaud him for the wonderful thoughts that he has shared with us today. And I know we are running out of time, but quickly calling Jacob sir to the stage now, to the dais. He is representing the High Commissioner of Nigeria, but presently, of course, he is the head of Industry, Trade and Investment of Nigerian High Commission. So can we have short speech from you, as we all are, running short of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Mr. Sharma, Sharma is left. However, I wish to thank also the organizers for this program very seriously. Madam Raki Sharma is here. Yeah, thank you for facilitating the invitation of my High Commissioner to be here. And also seriously thanking Business Connect and the Chief Executive Officer for this program. My High Commissioner is supposed to be here. He prepared to be here. And incidentally, he's always a desk officer who must respond to issues. Other issues, very important, much also important like this, came up in Bangalore. And he has to rush down to Bangalore to attend to it. And he directed me to be here. I'm so happy to be here, especially when you look at what we are treating, business. I love business. I love business because that is where all the money is. For those of us who are civil servants who don't have money, we only live on the prescription of government. Whatever is given to you, you take. But the businessman decides what he owns. Very importantly. And so business is so important. Now, in terms of the same line of my talk here, Nigeria has been in contact with India for several years. 1958, before Nigeria had independence, you can see the powers of the bonding between India and Nigeria. 1958, Nigeria had independence. 1960, 2 years before then, India had a strong connection, political connection with Nigeria. We've been brothers, we've been sisters, we've been brothers and sisters, or sisters and sisters, ever 10 till now. I have to tell you again, because I'm starting from the point of view of Professor Ram Upendra. He said, talk to the market. Talk to the market. We talk practically, having made our submission to our principals, we prescribe how do we go forward. And so I think from that point, talk to the market. Nigeria is a very huge market. Mention whatever you can think of in terms of mineral resources, in terms of manpower capacity in any way. You just mentioned it, Nigeria is here. And so that could also be, Mr. Chairman, why India explored Nigeria and then had that business link with us since 1958. And so we are just inviting you. Without going forward, without not forgetting to mention, Nigeria has taken, a strategic step to see that we coordinate the business activities here in Delhi. Just recently, Madam is here. We just launched our Nigeria-India Business Council to be able to give a coordinated effort towards giving the business here, the communities here, the pathway to move. So, Madam, please, you have to make yourself available for them to know you. Whatever business you want to do, Madam is here as a representative of Nigerian business community in Nigeria, in India, through the council. You can always meet her. And she has her address and her email and telephone number. So please, I also wish to inform that because of the strategic nature of this business council, my Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Geoffrey Onyema, was here in India for the purpose of launching it. You can see how highly rated the council is. And being here also, he took the time to meet the Honorable Prime Minister and then share some idea with him, and also met his counterpart here in India, and also other businesses, community experts. And more especially, he paid visit to Jantel Steel and Power, and I was privileged also to be with him, which I saw how focused India is in terms of business. And so when my ambassador sent me here, I said there's nothing to say because I'm going to sit in the midst of those who know the theoretical aspect of business and then the practical aspect of it. And what we need just to do is to call attention to the fact that Nigeria is quite ready for business. And I will shock you again. About 163 or more than that companies, Indian company in Nigeria, when you count who are the employers of labor, after the federal government of Nigeria, the second group of persons very critically is Indian company. No one has gone to Nigeria and ever regretted. Everybody is always comfortable. And for which I have to mention, respond to what we have been told also by one of our speaker here, mentioning of the connection between Nigeria, Africa itself. I think Prof mentioning. I think there is no fear to have about Africa. Africa has all the natural resources, like as he mentioned. What we need is for your coordination. You come in and establish business. And Nigeria as it is, you just come in. We have mouth-watering incentives which you can adopt and you will never regret. And having said so, let me go back because I don't want to waste your time having been the last person eating the bottom pot. I'm so happy. I want to thank again the CEO of Business Connect and through Madam Shama for being my ambassador here. And also want to forward one regret he has not to be here. And with his expertise, he would have had better. But I'm just trying to convey a little bit of what I think or I'm thinking. He could present to us that Nigeria is open for us all. And thank you very much. Like our MC must always insist that we must clap. So the clap is awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening to me so carefully, sir. We're honored to have you. Can we have a bigger round of applause? Thank you. So India is definitely looking forward for warm relations with Nigeria. And without further ado, and we are standing between, I'm the only person standing, between you and lunch, we have the best honors to do right now for our dignitaries who've been patiently sitting with us. So please, with a big round of applause, let's welcome and give them the mementos. Can we have the mementos one by one on stage, please? And can we have Omkareshwar sir to please give them away? Dr. Urvashi Makar, can we please have you here, ma'am? And can we have the other dignitaries to accompany Mr. Pandey and Abhishek to give away the memento? Can you clap, please, ladies and gentlemen? We'll have all the energy after lunch to clap. Thank you for that photo opportunity. Shri Madhukar Gupta ji, can we please have you, sir? This memento is yours. Thank you so much. Without me having to tell you to clap, I'm glad. Shri Sinha ji, with those beautiful stories, sir, we'll remember for our lives. And to Mr. Jacob, sir. So this one is for you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today. Okay. We have a lot of mementos and awards to give away, so we mixed up a little. But we are waiting for Dr. Pandey's memento now. Sir, you've inspired us with that speech. I can't imagine going on like that for, almost an hour he spoke for, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a big round of applause. So we've saved best for the last. Can we have a group picture, please? Everybody together with the mementos. Okay, without the mementos. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. That's the last time you're clapping, I promise you. Thank you so much. Dr. Urvashi Makar, can we please have you here, ma'am? And can we have the other dignitaries to accompany Mr. Pandey and Abhishek to give away the memento? Can you clap, please, ladies and gentlemen? We have all the energy after lunch to clap.
half of the day, and we had some great sessions. So those of you who are joining after the lunch, well, you missed the lunch. But you also missed quite a lot of food for thought, actually. And we had some great dignitaries around here who shared a lot of insights and inspired us to think about our new India, along with the entrepreneurship flag that we must raise and fly high. So welcome back, all of you. And we are, of course, pursuing with our Indo-Global Entrepreneurship Conclave Delhi 2022. It is presented by Federal Soft Systems. I think you belong to that company, I'm quite sure about it. Okay, so moving on with our next panel discussion. The theme is Make in India Progress, Growth, Opportunities and Optimism, and the sub-theme is Impact of Ease of Doing Business in the Post-COVID Era. The session is being chaired by Dr. Urvashi Makar. Ma'am, can we please have you back on stage? Thank you for staying with us. We heard her in the first half of the day, and now we have her back on the stage. Shri Amitabh Deepak, AGM Reserve Bank of India, New Delhi. Sir, can we also please have you on stage? And Dr. Ravi Raj Atre, Program Manager, ISCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, New Delhi. Can you have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Calling our panelists now, Dr. Kishore Kumar Yedam, Global CEO, Federal Soft Systems Inc. Say hi, you're from this company. Welcome, sir. Dr. Kishore Kapavidi, Global MD, Federal Soft Systems Inc. Can we also have you on stage, sir? Mr. Pradman Krishan Ganju, Founder and CEO, Sampark Global Logistics Private Limited. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Thank you. Mr. Nitesh Sinha, Founder and CEO, Sakman Cybersecurity. Sir, can we please have you on stage? Guys, please, sir, आप एक मिनट जाओ. पहले clap करेंगे फिर आप आओगे. Okay. For sir as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Mr. Jay Saraswat, Founder and CEO, Web Mobile Technologies, Noida, UP. Sir, can we please have you on stage? So you can also clap for yourself. Sir is not listening to me. Okay. Well, now can we please have Dr. Makar to say a few words and begin the session, please?
Thank you once again, and very good afternoon to all the members and the audience, and of course on dais. I'm thankful for this opportunity given to me, and a very interesting and relevant area, that is the ease of business in India post-pandemic. So, well, I think we all know that in 2017 our country was having 100 rank in ease of business, and of course this was out of 190 countries of the globe. By the time we reached 2019, we jumped 24 ranks and we touched 77th rank of ease of doing business. And by the time we were in 2019, our country again have risen to 14 more ranks, and today we are at 63rd rank. So 63rd rank out of 190 countries of the globe is a great achievement. We must be proud of that. And this rank was before COVID. The journey definitely had started prior to COVID, and the recent survey has not been released, which is scheduled to be released this year end. And we are really hopeful, as per the mandate and promise of the current government, that they want to be amongst the top 50 nations in terms of ease of doing business. So we are very sure that by 2022 end, once this survey will be released, our rank definitely would be better than 63rd. So that's very positive ray of hope for all of us who are working in the corporate, because that definitely defines and decides the sustainability and resilience of the corporate sector. And when we talk about entrepreneurship, undoubtedly this is the most strategic parameter to give the fire and the fodder both to the country, the youngsters, that how they are going to be having the zeal and in fact courage to jump into the entrepreneurial projects. So this ease of doing business definitely is improving. We are so sure the country of India as a country will be emulating the best of the nations. When we talk about the top ranked country, it is Singapore. So such a small country but having so many of the milestones associated with it. And US even is falling at 6th rank. Undoubtedly so much to learn from the neighboring countries, whatsoever is their size, that sometimes does not matter. I'm sure all these youngsters who are sitting on dais, they are having the startups, their entrepreneurial projects, and they might have witnessed this positivity creeping into the business scenario of our country. So I'm hopeful that this deliberation will give new insights and thoughts to all of us to understand the scenario in a better way. So I once again welcome, and as the timeline is very short, I will request all the panelists to speak for 5 minutes, and we can do one more additional thing to have a speak-up session or the question answers from the side of the audience if we will be finishing up Valentine. So let's take the target of half an hour for all of us to finish up our discussions, followed by a very quick 1 or 2 questions taken from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the tone for that theme that we're going to discuss now. And without further ado, let me call Shri Amitabh Deepak, AGM, Reserve Bank of India, New Delhi. His supervisory skills and leadership have been crucial in the successful implementation of new age strategies to make RBI's overall operations lucrative. He has been able to nurture growth and development based on his expertise and experience. So can we have you on stage and listen to you? Thank you, sir. Can we please clap, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm very happy to be invited here, in this connect. And really it is very good experience to see a mix of such diversified dignitaries and entrepreneurs. This invitation I got a few days back, and Mr. Omkar, and I again thankful to him for giving me opportunity to be here. And very little words I have to speak. And I would like to put a slogan कि आसमां की जिद है जहां बिजली गिराने की, हमें भी फितरत है वहीं आशियाना बनाने की। ये इस थीम के साथ हम लोगों ने पूरे कोविड में हम लोगों ने काम किया है और टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा लग जाएगा, इसलिए अगेन बेस्ट विशेस और लेट मी हियर मोर एंड मोर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for the short and sweet words, and we welcome you. Now calling Mr. Yedam to come on the dais and speak his thoughts. He's a remarkable leader who has a profound understanding of many businesses and achieved significant experience in the field. His career progression began as a ground-level salesman to acing the World CEO Rankings 2021 award. He's a highly qualified veteran with expertise in managing multi-million-dollar projects
and has an outstanding 21 years of professional experience and has held leadership roles with major corporate organizations. Is there anything that you've left in your life?
Well, good afternoon everyone, and thank you so much for coming and participating in this conclave. And thank you, Chief Guest, and for honoring us today. Okay, basically I'm from FSS, Federal Source Systems, and see, we have started 7 years ago this company. We started as a startup. Now we have just grown within 7 years down the line. Within this 7 years, a lot of struggles were there, but however, we have achieved so many things. Now we are almost, we have crossed 50 million USD turnover as of today in India as well as in US. Apart from this, we are also having 7 branches across the world. Okay, so recently, during COVID times, since we wanted to support many startups in India, so we have acquired almost 17 products from all new startups. So that is where we help a lot of entrepreneurs who have done very good job, but unfortunately they were unable to sustain because of COVID. So that is where we thought of helping all 17 entrepreneurs in India, and we have taken over all the products with the support of by paying, and whatever the way we have acquired, it has been acquired. Okay. Now let's not talk about struggles, because everybody has struggled a lot because when they started as a startup. See, there is no pain, definitely there is no gain. Let me tell you, we are almost, we started with 5 employees, now we are almost 1,500 employees today. And we have, again I told you, right, we have 7 branches, however, we are actually planning to open another 20 branches across the world. Okay. Now, let us talk about what is startup, how does the startups will survive, what are the kind of mantras we need to follow. Okay, before explaining those mantras, I would like to ask whoever is here, few questions about startups. Does anyone know, can tell me what exactly we need to concentrate on when we are starting up a new business? What kind of mantras we need to follow? Anybody please. MC, could you please help me with the mic? Anybody? Yes, ma'am. Explain.
There should be a felt need for the product.
Okay.
I think that's very important.
Correct. Thank you. Yes?
Honest to the cause.
Correct. Anybody else? I think after lunch, everybody is looking done.
Can the mics pass around in the house, please?
So can anybody tell what kind of mantras do we need to follow for a successful organization? Okay, anyway, let me tell you, the first mantra, the first thing which we need to concentrate when we started any startup, employer loyalty is very much required when we are expecting employee loyalty. See, that is where, if you concentrate on your employees, automatically the employees will give you a better output as well as, better involvement. So that is the first mantra which I can say, and which we can say from, since we have traveled all the way from startup to a medium kind of organization. Okay. Second one, we need to be very transparent and with all employees. So we need to educate all our employees what we are doing, what is happening, where are we now, what kind of achievements we have done to do. So all these things, these kind of things, which we need to be very transparent with all our employees. So again, third mantra, we need to review each and every employee, talk to the employees, talk to the departments. We need to understand what kind of hiccups they are facing, what kind of improvements they need to come out. See here, as an organization, we are all a single kind of a family where we need to talk each other, the way we are resolving our issues at our home. Similar way we need to consider in our office, and our organization is also a home where we need to discuss each other and we need to come out with the solutions. Okay, another fourth mantra is we need to conduct every quarterly once all hands meeting. this is nothing but like, you can announce some of the awards for employees and you can recognize themselves. Also, you can talk to them, what is our next quarter accreditation, what we are trying to do and what kind of achievements we are going to do, what kind of events we are going to follow, participating. So all those things we need to educate them using a platform called All Hands Meeting. Okay. Another mantra is like, talk to each and every person. Don't ever and ever see the differentiation between the employees. Like, from the ground level employees to the top level employees, please talk to them. Just, chill out with them so that, you can easily understand, what exactly they are facing. Okay. Another mantra is like, we need to have relaxations, kind of activities which we need to conduct in our organizations. Like, conducting like bi-weekly, like, just some nutritionists, you bring some nutritionists who can help people to, come out of relax, to say any stress or anything. Again, those kind of activities or fun activities, if you can do it, see, it is going to be a more attractive and more, a motivational factor which comes out from all employees. Another mantra is like, we need to have another mantra called like, the rewards and recognitions, bonuses, increments, all these things we need to consider and we need to share whatever the targets which we are achieving. So it would help a lot, to become a bigger organization, so to become as one of the best organizations in the world. So the another one is, so top management should have always, at least monthly once meeting with all the people, like, departments or else, the managers, you can have it, those things, so that easily you can attract and you can educate them what is a better way to give output. Okay. The last one is, see, this is very much required, like, you have to give free hands to all your employees. That is what I can say, because that is how we are now in this kind of a position because of the entire employee support. So we have given a free hand to all employees. So everybody is supporting. We couldn't ask anything like, because they know what they are doing. So it is as simple as that. He is an employee and he is also a part of our family member. So, am I right? Can we have a big round of applause? So, thank you so much. I think I have given, whatever mantras which we are following in our organization. So, we are all, like, always be very happy with our team and, employees. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for speaking. Okay. Alright. So, thank you so much for sharing those insights and telling us how to start a startup. Well, now can I please have Mr. Atre on stage. Dr. Ravi Raj Atre has been serving as the program manager in the National CSR Awards at IICA under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. He is UGC, NET and PhD in social work and has authored the book Exploring Corporate Social Responsibility, Fundamentals and Implementation. 2 editions, 2017 and 2020, and co-authored in many others. He has served for various ministries and allied institutions of Government of India, civil society organizations, corporate consulting firms and academic institutions. So,
thank you so much. Good afternoon. We see the names. Sometimes the names are random, and sometimes the names have very deep-rooted meaning and visions. So if you see the Business Connect as a name, so it has a deep-rooted vision. It is playing its role, and it has to play a very bigger role in the coming future, because the Business Connect is very necessary, very important in the coming days. There are 2 kinds of Business Connect. One is the intra-business connect, intra-corporate connect, and another is the inter-corporate connect. Corporates among themselves need to connect, coordinate for various aspects. See, if we also talk about the ease of doing business, these connects are very important. important. So when we talk about the business regulation in the country and how we can connect the businesses in the global scenario, and also how this aspect of responsible business can help us in the ease of doing business. So these are the few points I will be speaking about. So, the responsible business conduct is not a choice these days for the business. It is a mandate. It is not a mandate by law that we understand, but it is an unwritten mandate for the business that the businesses have to be responsible these days. The mandate is coming from the investors globally. The mandate is coming from the buyers. The mandate is also coming from the consumers. Consumers are not, increasingly they are more aware and they are not buying the products which are not sustainably produced. They are not availing the services which are not sustainably provided to them. So, apart from this mandate, if we see the mechanism in the country, what mechanism we have for the responsible business conduct. So the government, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, it introduced the National Voluntary Guidelines for the Economic, Environmental and Social Responsibilities of the Business in 2009. After that, there were several versions of that, and recently the ministry came up with the NGRBC, National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct. So there are 9 principles in these guidelines which businesses are adopting and disseminating their responsible conduct as per the guideline. SEBI has come up with the BRSR based on this NGRBC, and it has mandated on the 1,000 listed companies in the country. Now, you see, if we talk about the problems of the companies, problems of the businesses in the country. So you see, there is a plethora of the legislation in the country, we all know that. So the big businesses manage somehow that. There are middle level businesses, small level businesses. I usually interact with the people. So they say that there are many regulations, many laws. So some on one aspect, one law says something, another law says something else. This is an ambiguity. There's a different sets of compliance and reporting among the different legislations which are applicable of the businesses. Particularly if we talk about the sustainability, the ESG aspects for the businesses. On the other hand, businesses say, particularly medium and small businesses, that there are several international sustainability standards, ESG standards, on which they have to comply as per the needs of the investors or buyers. Again, different investors or different buyers have their own set of requirements of reporting or disclosures. Then there are sectoral kind of standards and guidelines internationally, which companies are following. So companies feel it very difficult to have a compliance with certain things and to report and to disseminate their initiatives in the ESG or sustainability aspects. For this, then we need a solution for that. In India, how we say it, that whether it is we are not serious about it, or we do not have expertise about it, or it is a new subject for India, that we do not have an Indian origin standard which is globally accepted in this domain. So the IAC and the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has started these initiatives. It is developing a generic standard for sustainability for the Indian companies, and also it plans to develop sector-specific standards. For example, the textile industry has a need of different kind of benchmarks and standards, and a service industry has a different kind of need for the benchmarks and standards. So these are being developed by the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, and hopefully may come into the practice in the coming years. So this is how, if we follow if we are responsible, we have our own tools of measuring the responsibility corporates are doing, then our image, the country's image, will be more in the eyes of other countries globally. Today, what someone will think, that this country is not serious about the sustainability. It doesn't have a sustainability standards of its own origin. We are following the foreign standards. They come to our country, they do the assurance and audit on how the companies functioning in India are doing well or not in the sustainability domain. So we need to come up on this. If we talk about inter-corporate coordination, inter-corporate connect, particularly if we talk about the social responsibilities of the business. So this corporate social responsibility has emerged as a very effective pillar of the social development in the country. Earlier, if we see after the independence, government started providing essential services to the people and the welfare measures to the marginalized people. Gradually, NGOs came into the existence to complement the work of the government. Then if we see after the 2013, where the Ministry of Corporate Affairs introduced the CSR mandate in the Companies Act, this corporate social responsibility has now become a revolution. It is a revolution. If we see the resources available with the businesses in the domain of corporate social responsibility, we will find that these, if we see the financial resources also, we will find that the annual contribution of the corporates in the country is far than the budget of a social sector ministry of the government of India. So we can see that it is coming as a revolution in our country. So, but for that, the companies are scattered. There are several developmental sectors where they have to put their energy, efforts and resources. There are certain geographies where these corporates are working, but they are working mostly in the isolation. They have to come together. They need to come together. Only then the intervention under the corporate social responsibility will be more and more effective. Say for example, if we see during the disasters, several actors, governments, NGOs, they act. Corporates also act. But there is no coordination. Not only during the disaster, but during the normal course of the development in the country, there are specific needs of specific reasons. We are seeing large social problems of structure in our country from last many years, but we are not able to resolve them. Corporates, businesses with their expertise, with their management styles, are seen with the eyes of hope that they will alleviate the problems of social structure also in a project management mode, as they do in their company's management. So when they have come in the social sector, it is expected that they will work on the social problems also. So these are some of my ideas. So these, when the companies will work, it is a mandate to work on the corporate social responsibility. But when they will work more effectively for the society, then you see the image of the businesses will increase, not only in the country, but also in the eyes of other global stakeholders. So, with whom we are doing the business? With the people. The consumers are people, customers are people. So, when you are doing good for the people, the businesses will also flourish. And it will also act as an ease of doing business aspect for the companies. That's it.
With that ease, you have explained the ease of business to us. So thank you so much. I would like to request Omkareshwar Pandeyji to please welcome our online guests from around the globe and say a few words for them as well, who have joined in and are logged in for our session today.
Thank you so much, Preeti. I'm really, very, very sorry. We are going very late. All sessions are delayed because of some of the speakers in the morning session. They took little longer time. And I sincerely apologize to all my friends who are connected from different parts of the country, and especially I can see Miss Indra Senana Oja Maharaj. She is the former member of parliament. She is connected from Trinidad and Tobago, and I had requested to chair the session which will be going to happen after these two sessions, and they are connected. Mr. Mohan Lal Agarwala, he is the president of Indo-Gulf Management Association. He is connected from Dubai. I welcome you, Mr. Agarwala, and our session will be delayed. Major Gurjeet Singh, he is from CMD of Napa Finance, United States of America. He has come here, and we will be inviting him after this session. And I also want to say Dr. Ernst von Kimakovic, founder of Humanistic Management Network, which is a global network of the thought leaders. He is connected from Switzerland, and I would request him, if he is there, so just come on for 1 minute and say a few words. Are you there, Dr. Ernst von Kimakovic? I think he has perhaps left. We have Mr. James P. Mimikos, JD, is a Greek Indian Business Association, Athens, Greek. He is Greece. He is also connected. Mr. Abraham Paul Venkatacheri, Dr. Indrani Venkatacheri is connected from Coimbatore. Dr. Indrani Nampasar, she is a famous, globally famous Indian origin writer, Trinidadian Indian writer and researcher from Trinidad and Tobago, who is always invited by the World Economic Forums. And Miss Loshni Naidu, she is the Reading Session with TGSCA, Durban, KwaZulu Natal, South Africa. Welcome, Miss Loshni Naidu. I can see you there. If you can just come on screen and say hi to all of us, if you're there. And also I would request, if you're there, so just say a few words to our audience. Let them connect with you. We can't hear you, just unmute yourself.
Thank you for the opportunity, Amberji, and everybody. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mimikos, similarly, I would request you to just say a few words, not a speech, because we are already delayed and the session with the Indian diaspora will be after this session. So just say a few words. Hello to our audience who are sitting here in Delhi, and they are all watching you. So Mimikos from Greece, I request you.
Okay, thank you. I think up 2-3 minutes is okay. Hello?
Yeah, just 1 minute I would request, just in 1 minute, whatever. It's not a speech, just 1 minute of your introduction, since you're heading that Greek Indian Business Association. So just 1 minute.
Okay. DIBA, as we call it, we are a member-driven organization, and it's called Greece Indian because we address the Greek Indian diaspora to promote business for our members and through associated groups in India. I would say that in our experiences, the way to do business is that it needs good research by everybody for the country that you want to go into. In other words, Greeks have to learn India or the Emirates. Greeks do a lot of business in the Emirates. It needs study, and then go in to do the business. Now, given the time constraints, it would be difficult to expand on that. So I think it's good research that is needed to do good business.
Thank you so much. I can see one of my, very senior person from Dhaka is also connected there. If you can come on the screen and say a few words.
This is Maruf Islam from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I am the founder of Micromaru Foundation, and many thanks for inviting me in this session. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much. And I can see Ms. Ejan Nomovele Swanpiol. She is from Canada. She is also connected there. She is CEO of a global advisory company there. Are you there, Swanpiol?
Yes, sir, I am. Lovely to meet you. My name is Anna.
Your finger on the screen, please. Finger on the screen, please. Mrs. Izan Normal Swan Paul. I'm sorry, the name is difficult for the Indian people. So.
I fully understand. It's Izan's wonderful. I'm the CEO of African Rainmaker Group, and we are a global entrepreneurial company, and we focus on serving entrepreneurs to expand globally. And we really do that through collaborative partnerships. So it's such a great pleasure for me to participate in the Indo-Global Entrepreneurship Conclave. Thank you, Mr. Omkareshwar Pandit, for inviting me to the conclave. And I truly wish every participant in this event great success today and ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really apologize because we are delayed. And so I would request you all to be online, watch our event here in India. Very soon we are going to invite the famous Bollywood actress, Ms. Deepika Chikhalia. She's coming within minutes here in this August hall amongst you all, the August audience. And she's going to announce the awards for our winners. And I'll request Preeti Moon to take it forward. Preeti.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, I'm just taking a small detour here that our awardees are, they have a flight to catch. So, we'll quickly give away these awards to them. There are just 3 of them. So, can I quickly call upon stage Ram N. Ramamurthy, CEO of EIPP Solutions Private Limited. Are you there, sir? On awards, everybody claps. Okay. He's been awarded the leader behind an admirable company of 2022. Congratulations, sir. Please come up on the stage. Can we have the award on stage, please? And can I request Dr. Makkar and Amitabh sir to please give away the award? Mr. Atreya also, sir, please. Can you please clap for him, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. Can I please call on stage Dr. Kaveri Banerjee, Medical Director of Advanced Fertility and Gynae Center FGC. On stage, please. Ma'am, welcome you to the lovely Masala. She has been awarded Excellence in Fertility and IVF Treatment 2022. May I please request Abhishek to join on stage, and also Omkareshwar Pandyaji to please give away the award. Congratulations. Can I please quickly call on stage now Mr. Kapavidi, Global MD Federal Software Systems. He's one of the industry's most talented and well-respected actuaries and a business executive. He is dedicated and committed to strengthen FSS's focus on high-quality underwriting excellence and portfolio positioning, which underpins FSS overall growth strategy. Can we please have you and say a few words, sir? Thank you. Also, the house is open for any kind of questions that you would like to ask. Can we have the mic circulated in the house, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. So, FSS. So it's a journey where we started a couple of years back, and now we are one of the greatest to work certified company, and also our focus is mostly into the rural area where the people used to come up with a lot of ideas. So the companies what we acquired also, the rural area companies, and also we are focusing on more into tier 2 cities where we get the employment for rural people. So that is where we started, and we're still doing that. And coming back, the companies what we acquired in the technology side, and also product-based companies. And also, we've been started into the tier 2 city, the development center, according to Odissi, that is in Tirupati. So we already launched 2 offices over there, and we have provided 300 plus employment for the rural area people over there. And we are mainly focusing on the technology side, who being graduated with BSc computers, MSc, BCom computers. These kind of people we are choosing from the college level, and particularly we are providing the training to them, and we are making them utilizing them for our products, and also we are utilizing for our clients as well. So this is one of the major mantra what we are following in the company. Apart from that, as we are all working as a company, but we treat them, our employees, as a family members, and we give them a lot of flexibility. And we always tell our employees that so you might be having the primary role, but choose your secondary role as well, because that will give a growth for them as an individual, for the company as well. So this is another mantra what we are talking about all the time in the organization. And we've been there and we established, basically our headquarters is based out in Hyderabad, but this year we have started a branch in Bangalore, and we started in Chennai, and we have 2 offshore development centers in Tirupati. So these are the 3 areas what we've been started in 2022. And if I want to speak about that COVID situation, so we've been there in the COVID situation, even we also faced a similar kind of problem. So what all the companies being phased out, but we haven't terminated even single employee. So that is one of the strength what we have and the loyalty what we have in the organization. So that is what we believe, and we respect each other, and it doesn't matter what hierarchy is. So we are all equal. So from the down level to the top level management, so we are all equal. That is what we are going and we are doing in the organization. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And once again, all the entrepreneurs and the business leaders who came up here for showcasing your presence, I request all of you to thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can I please request Kanju to please say a few words? He's the founder and CEO of Indo-Global Logistics Conclave. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to be the part of this beautiful program. I know that time is very short, but still I'll touch the points which are related to my field. So I'm basically, this is a logistics field basically, so I'll speak more about transportations and what we are facing at this point of time, what was pre-COVID and what is post-COVID. I'll just take 10 minutes of yours. That transportation industry is such an industry जिसको हम मानते हैं कि बिल्कुल एक अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड इंडस्ट्री जिसको हम कहते हैं, या ऐसा हम मानते थे प्री-कोविड या पहले भी हम इसको ऐसा मानते थे कि एक बहुत एक ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर नहीं है ये, इसका थोड़ा सा कम काफी अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर है ये, और ये सही भी था किसी हद तक। इसको कंप्लीट राइट है, बस तो कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन ऑफ दैट कि ये ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर नहीं था, क्योंकि पहले हम अगर देखेंगे 25 साल पहले या 20 साल पहले तो लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्रीज में वो लोग होते थे बिल्कुल कंपनीज में बिल्कुल जो जिनकी वो तो फिनिशमेंट ट्रांसफर होती थी उनको बिल्कुल लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर में या वहाँ उस डिपार्टमेंट में ट्रांसफर करते थे। But times have changed and things have altogether changed after some people who were educated came to this sector, and somehow things changed. But आज भी हम देखते हैं लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री में काफी चैलेंजेस हैं जो डे टू डे सभी फेस करते हैं। Now I just will highlight few of them because I think that the representatives are here, so I can just give the message to people. I don't know whether that will be applicable or not in the long run. So first of all, the things which is more deteriorating in logistics industry is skills. The skilled people are not available in the market. And we can see that there is a lot of crisis going on. Now in the future there will be a lot of crisis as far as drivers are concerned, because drivers are million drivers actually. So we have to understand इकोनॉमी जो रन करते हैं, अगर आप देखेंगे कोविड में भी अगर किसी ने काम किया तो उससे लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री ने काम किया। दे वर कैरिंग ऑल, चाहे आप मेडिसिन देखिए, चाहे आप डेली की चीजें देखिए, तो सारे वही कैटर कर रहे थे, वही सारे रन कर रहे थे। तो ये एक बड़ी अलार्मिंग सिचुएशन है कि जहाँ पर ड्राइवर्स की बड़ी शॉर्टेज है और ड्राइवर्स मिल नहीं रहे हैं, स्किल स्टाफ नहीं मिलता है अपने इस लॉजिस्टिक्स इंडस्ट्री के लिए। तो ये बड़ी एगनी है अपनी इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए कि लोग इसको प्रेफर थोड़ा कम करते हैं। सेकंड, जो भी मैं काफी देर से बैठा था, मैं सुन रहा था जो पहले भी से पैनलिस्ट थे, दे वर स्पीकिंग अबाउट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज में है और इंडिया में क्या डिफरेंस है इसमें। प्राइवेटाइजेशन ऑफ एयरपोर्ट भी मैंने सुना है कि बहुत लोग बात करते हैं प्राइवेटाइजेशन ऑफ एयरपोर्ट्स की, कि गवर्नमेंट में ऐसा क्या है, मैं सुन रहा था काफी चीजें। बट अभी भी अगर आप एयरपोर्ट्स पर ध्यान देंगे तो एयरपोर्ट्स पे खाली पैसेंजर्स की फैसिलिटी बड़ी है। अगर आप अभी लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर को देखेंगे, अगर कार्गो हैंडलिंग की सेक्टर हम चीजें देखेंगे तो अभी भी वो इतनी पुअर है कहने की बात। तो ये एक बड़ा एरिया, एक ग्रे एरिया है। पीपल नीड टू हाईलाइट देयर इश्यूज कि यहाँ पर ये इश्यूज खड़े हैं अभी। फ्यूल कॉस्ट, डेली फ्यूल का कॉस्ट बढ़ रहा है, डेली फ्यूल की चीजें बढ़ रही है जो काफी ज्यादा प्रॉब्लमेटिक है सबके लिए कि मतलब दे आर नॉट एबल टू एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप जो बेचारे काम करते हैं उनको अपना कॉस्ट निकालने के लिए डेली मशक्कत दे आर स्ट्रगलिंग फॉर द फूड टू जस्ट गेट द कॉस्ट आउट ऑफ इट। ज्यादा समय न लेते हुए, मुझे पता है कि चीफ गेस्ट आए हुए, आई वेलकम दीपिका जी ऑन स्टे ऑन दिस इवेंट। तो ज्यादा टाइम न लेते हुए मुझे लगता है कि मैं अपने वर्ड्स को विराम देता हूँ। तो लेट मी शेयर द डायस विद अदर पीपल। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
वेरी फेमस डायरेक्टर, बॉलीवुड की मशहूर अभिनेत्री दीपिका चिखलिया जी हम लोगों के बीच में आ चुकी हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो हम उनका स्वागत करेंगे और जोरदार तालियों से आपका स्वागत करेंगे। आपसे आग्रह है कि आप इस स्टेज पे आ जाएं। और मैं अभिषेक जी जो इस संस्था के CEO हैं, मिस्टर आशुतोष एंड मिस्टर आशीष, I would request all three to please come on the dais and give a flower welcome to Miss Deepika Chikalia.
Welcome, ma'am, and you look beautiful as ever. And it's so amazing to see you in person, honestly. Aren't we excited?
वो आज रौनक महफिल दिखाई देता है, नए लिबास में ये कातिल दिखाई देता है। वो आज रौनक महफिल दिखाई देता है, नए लिबास में ये कातिल दिखाई देता है। आपके जिस्म से आती है प्यार की, ममता की खुशबू दीपिका जी, और आपके पास हम सब लोगों का दिल दिखाई देता है।
That was a warm welcome, sir.
I would also request to kindly say a few words, Deepika ji.
Namaskar, and a very, very good afternoon to all of you. I think post-COVID, we've all realized the importance of business, money. How much ever you work hard, sometimes you don't get back the returns. So the value of work, the timing, I think is something so appropriate. I think the Global Entrepreneurship Conclave, I would like to congratulate all the awardees, the winners out here. And I hope all of you all do extremely well from now onwards, better and better as each day comes by. Our country used to be a country of farmers, but yes, we are progressing towards more and more startups, businesses, and entrepreneurs. And I think that's the way to progress for the new India to develop. I am so happy that you all have invited me for something as amazing as this, and keep up the good work. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
One more minute of your time, रामायण का एक कैरेक्टर ऐसा रहा है, राम तो सबके दिलों में बसे हुए हैं, साथ साथ सीता जी के तौर पे आप करोड़ों करोड़ों लोगों के घरों में, दिलों में बस गए हैं और सब लोग आके उसको याद करते हैं। और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि उसके अनुभव को जरा सा आप शेयर करें उस पर्टिकुलर सीरियल, उस पर्टिकुलर उसमें, और अब आप क्या कर रही हैं बॉलीवुड में, अब कुछ नया और कुछ चल रहा है, आप उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा कुछ बताएं तो लोगों को they have interest to know.
ये 30 साल पुरानी बात है, लेकिन ऐसा लगता है कि आज भी जितनी मेरे लिए नई और ताज़ी हैं, सारे हिंदुस्तान, सारे भारतवर्ष के लोगों के लिए भी उतनी ही ताज़ी और महत्वपूर्ण है। शायद रामायण हम सब के रगों में है। कहानी बहुत सिंपल है, एक लड़का है, पिताजी हैं, माता है, शादी होती है, घर से निकाल देते हैं, फिर वापस उनको स्वीकार कर लेते हैं, लेकिन बहुत देर हो चुकी होती, पिता का देहांत हो जाता है। एक बहुत सरल कहानी है, लेकिन आज भी हर एक घर में आपको राम मिलेगा, हर एक घर में आपको सीता मिलेगी, और शायद हर एक घर में कहीं ना कहीं कैटे मिलेगी। इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल स्टोरी, अ फैमिली स्टोरी। सो मेरा अनुभव ये रहा था कि मैं बहुत छोटी थी, 18 साल की थी, जब मुझे सागर साहब ने मुझे रोल के लिए पसंद किया। दरअसल मैं उनके बैनर में वैसे भी काम कर ही रही थी, दादा दादी, विक्रम बेताल, और मैं टेलीविजन में बहुत काम कर रही थी उन दिनों में। और सागर साहब ने मुझे कहा कि हम रामायण की शूटिंग कर रहे हैं, आप आकर एक स्क्रीन टेस्ट दे दो। और मुझे बड़ा ताज्जुब हुआ, क्योंकि मैं उनके बंगले में रात दिन हम लोग काम करते थे, और मैंने कहा वापस आपको स्क्रीन टेस्ट क्यों देखना है, क्योंकि मैं कंटिन्यूसली आपके यहाँ पे काम कर रही हूँ। वी आर ईटिंग लंच टुगेदर, वी आर ईटिंग स्नैक्स टुगेदर, वी आर चैटिंग, यू नो मी, एंड मैं काम कर रही हूँ, आप देख रहे हैं कि मैं मेकअप में कैसी दिखती हूँ, कैरेक्टर में कैसी दिखती हूँ। सो ही से नहीं, सीता कुछ मुझे ऐसी चाहिए कि जब वो एंटर करे तो 4 बहनों के साथ वो एक लड़की लगनी चाहिए, ऑडियंस को कहेंगे कि ये लड़की सीता है। सो आई वॉज काइंड ऑफ कन्विंस्ड विथ हिज आर्टिस्टिक थॉट प्रोसेस, एंड ऐसे ठीक है, तो ये सिलसिला शुरू हुआ। और ये एक स्क्रीन टेस्ट पे खत्म नहीं हुआ। आई थिंक आई मस्ट हैव गिवन हिम नथिंग लेस देन 10-12 स्क्रीन टेस्ट, एंड फाइनली मैं थोड़ी बोर हो गई, फेडअप हो गई, फ्रस्ट्रेट हो गई। मैंने सोचा था ये मेरा लास्ट स्क्रीन टेस्ट है पापा जी, एंड मैंने दिमाग में ही एक आइडिया बना के रखा था कि नेक्स्ट टाइम अगर पूछेंगे तो मैं कहूँगी पापा जी दिस इज इट नाउ, आई कांट डू एनी मोर। एंड एक लंबा चौड़ा सीन दिया उन्होंने उस दिन, एंड आई परफॉर्म, एंड एज सून एज ही सेड कट, उनकी आंख में आंसू थे, और उन्होंने कहा मुझे मेरी सीता मिल गई। सो मेरी शुरुआत सीता के तौर उस दिन से हुई, और मुझे लगता है आज भी मैं सीता ही हूँ लोगों के लिए। सो अनुभव तो बहुत खूबसूरत रहे। एक जैसे रामायण एक परिवार था, हम शूटिंग भी एक परिवार के तरीके से करते थे, क्योंकि उस वक्त शादी नहीं हुई थी, तो बाकायदा 28 से 30 दिन हम लोग, मैं अकेली वहाँ पे रहती थी। ऑफ कोर्स आई हैड माय स्टाफ, माय हेयरड्रेसर, मेकअप मैन, बट घर से मैं रहती थी, और 3.5-4 साल तक हम लोग ने कुछ इस हिसाब से दिन गुजारे। बट लेट मी टेल यू, नॉर्मली एक हवा होती है कि when you are on set, बहुत सुंदर घर होते हैं या बहुत सुंदर कॉटेजेस, विलास होते हैं, बट जरूरी नहीं होता that everybody gets that kind of a studio, because we wanted something जो शहर से दूर हो, ताकि पब्लिक ना आए, एंड थोड़ा सा विलेज लुक होना चाहिए। सो पापा जी सिलेक्टेड वृंदावन स्टूडियो जो गुजरात में है, एंड जब हम गए, अरुण गोविल जिन्होंने राम प्ले किया, सुनील लहरी जिन्होंने लक्ष्मण प्ले किया, एंड वी वर शॉक्ड, क्योंकि वहाँ ना बेड्स थे, टूटे फूटे कंडीशन में स्टूडियो था, एसी नहीं था, वहाँ पे बकायदा सांप घूमते थे. इनफैक्ट सुनील लाहिड़ी जो लक्ष्मण जी जिन्होंने प्ले किया था, तो उनके विंडो के बाहर, पर्दे के बाहर एक बकायदा पूरी रात एक सांप छुपा हुआ था. एंड नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग जब उन्होंने पर्दा खोला तो वो सांप नीचे गिरा. सो दैट वाज द सिचुएशन दैट वी लिव्ड इन. सो बकायदा इट वाज अ कांस्टेंट बनवास फॉर अस. एंड अगर the bathrooms also had cockroaches and मतलब एक वाइल्ड लाइफ फ्रीली घूम रही थी हमारे स्टूडियो में और हमारे मेकअप रूम्स में. But the beauty of the whole thing is that we were enjoying it. We were enjoying it a lot. As a family, as a team. जैसे हमारे the cinematographer हैं या sound recordist, the direction departments. I think we had a wonderful time with each other. We just laughed. जब सुनील बहुत गुस्सा हो जाते थे कि देखो ना ये हो रहा है मेरे साथ, तो we would make fun of him, we would be happy and we were just enjoying ourselves. And then of course there was a time जब वृंदावन स्टूडियो जहाँ पे वाइल्ड लाइफ घूमती थी उसकी जगह पे यूनिवर्सल स्टूडियो बन गया. एंड बस भर के लोग सब जगह से, गुजरात से, साउथ से, महाराष्ट्र से, एक्चुअली बकायदा जैसे लोग मंदिर में दर्शन करने आते हैं वैसे लोग आते थे क्यू में और बाहर ऐसे खड़े रहते थे, पैर छूने लगे थे लोग. सो ये पूरा माहौल हम लोग ने हमारी आंखों के सामने चेंज होते हुए देखा. आई थिंक द मॉरल ऑफ द होल थिंग इज enjoy what you are doing. So today, even if you guys are working, you're doing your work, your business, whatever you're doing, just enjoy it. Because once you enjoy, success will follow. It just has to follow. It's got no option. Because when you enjoy, it comes with passion. And that's what we all did. We didn't realize कि हम लोग मजाक मस्ती में जो भी हम लोग बना रहे हैं, जो कर रहे हैं, वो इतने दिल से हम लोगों ने काम किया. मतलब पापा जी की आदत थी कि वो सुबह शाम को 6 बजे शॉट लेते थे और हम लोग पैकअप 4:30 बजे 5 बजे सुबह करते थे. And then we would come to our rooms, have a cup of tea, change and then go to sleep. But we enjoyed it. So I think it was all about the happiness, the passion and the comfort level that we had with each other. So it has been a beautiful journey for me since then and even now. So thank you for having me, and please enjoy your work, and honestly a lot of success to all of you all here. I come from a business home myself. My husband is a businessman and I know what business is and how taxing it can be, because I think you are never ever free. You're 24/7 working and you can only do that if you have the passion and you have the dedication for it. So wish you all the best, all of you all. Enjoy and do good. Take care.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very good. Actually, we all have, if you don't have passion and dedication like you did 30 years back, I think we wouldn't be able to make our names the way you made it 30 years back, and we still remember it. And we still remember you as Sita Ma. अच्छा मैम, by the way, सबके जूते वगैरह उतरवा दें क्या? कि वो जो एक क्या कहते हैं उसको, जो 80s की वो जो एक प्रथा थी, आप जब टीवी पर आती थी तो सब लोग रामायण आता था तो जूते उतार कर देखा करते थे. तो मैम मैं अगर आप बोले तो of course not, मैम कहेंगी क्या पूछ लिया. Okay, so just continuing with our 2 speakers for this session. Can I please have Mr. Sinha, Nitesh Sinha, founder and CEO, Sacrament Cybersecurity, to please come and say a few words. Ma'am, we have 2 speakers left and then we'll begin the awards. So.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon all. So, I knew I had my session after the lunch, right? And all the while I was thinking that how do I get the attention of the audience here? Because literally after the nice lunch, I could see many of those people, who dozed off, literally yawning. And I come from a cybersecurity space, and cybersecurity is anyway a complex topic, right? So I was struggling and I was thinking is what should be my opening line. But actually, just like when COVID started, right, and Ramayana saved us, right, through the, taking away the tensions and the miseries there. I think the arrival of Deepika ji helped me. So at least it got the attention and, people have finally woken up. So thanks so much, Deepika ji. Okay. So I come from a cybersecurity background. So every day you hear someone got hacked, someone lost money to a phishing attack, someone's laptop got compromised or infected by ransomware, and now you need to make the payment to access your own laptop, right? Yeah, someone had identity theft. Now we are literally talking of the world where the next world war will not be a physical war, but will be in the cyberspace. So cybersecurity, if you look at it, is always considered as a very, very complex topic. But we have moved to something more interesting now. What I call it as a pizza culture. We want everything on the blink of the eye, right? We have apps for everything literally. You just order and the expectation is it will be delivered in that way, right? So gradually it will be to a point where it is so scary that when you are thinking that I should be ordering maybe this because I'm on a diet, and then someone knocks on your door and say, okay, this is the broccoli you have, right? I think people are heading towards that point where they are desperate to get quick solutions there. And the same expectations are now applied to the cybersecurity space. And I'll explain with a very simple example. So let's say your laptop gets infected by a virus, right? What will you do? You will call up your IT guy. Now, if you are lucky and he exists in the world and you have the contact, you will have his attention. But it could be that just in time the guy goes on a leave, right? So you have a security issue on your laptop and then the guy is not there to attend. So let's say he comes in. He looks at your laptop. He may or may not really understand because he may not have that expertise, or at times it may be too complex for him. So what happens? He will call you and say, why don't you come to office, right? Even in the COVID times, right, it's always a struggle there. Now, with all the lost time in this period, right, what really happens? Because your laptop is a trusted device through which, you can access your critical servers, your application, your data, right? The virus has already started to navigate through the servers and started to access to your data. And that's how the real attacks happen, right? And that is where, the people no more have the patience to work in the old ways, right? Again, the same thing, pizza culture, I need a quick ability to detect and respond there. And that is exactly how cybersecurity is shaping up for us, right? And that is where my company operates at, right? So what? If I tell you that I can give you a one-click solution where even before you come and tell me that there's a malware on your laptop, right? I can know in advance that there's always already a malware which is there on your laptop. And the moment I discover that, I can actually take the backup of your data. I can do things about, let's say, blocking your device. I can do things around isolating the parts of the network which your device has access and do a lot of things. How does that magic happen? That exactly is the magic which my team does in and out, right? To give the power of automation and the ability to detect and respond in real time. That's what my company does. So my company was founded in 2015, and I'll give you a few interesting things about what we do, right? What we have been able to achieve. We are the only company in the world that works only with cybersecurity product companies. We don't work directly with banks or any other enterprise customers. Since we talked about COVID, we had been having 100% year-on-year growth, right, for the past 2 years, including COVID. So because of our focus, we have grown up very fast, and we continue to do that. We have developed more than 750 to 50 connectors till date, right? That is what we have been able to achieve so far. Now coming to in terms of when we talk about Made in India initiative, right? We are one of the success stories of that initiative, right? We are completely made in India, but we operate at a global level. I had a team of 100 plus members, right, who work tirelessly to develop those innovative products and solutions in the cybersecurity space to solve the real-time challenges. So finally, our mission is really that we want to put a dent in the cybersecurity space, by developing those innovative products and solutions, right, and make the world a safer place. So thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I please call Mr. Saraswat, founder and CEO of Indo-Global Technologies Noida, to say a few words, please. So let's keep it short. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Business Connect, for having me here. I welcome our chief guest, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Jay Saraswat. I'm CEO and founder of WebMobile Technologies. We are a group of companies which comprise 5 companies, including WebMobile Technologies, which is a game app development company. And then we have WebMobile Staffing Solutions. Then we have WebMobile Travel Solutions. Then we acquired a couple of companies, which includes IBM, that's a B2B marketplace. And we also have FMCG company, which we recently acquired with the name of Beautiful Science. So we are a team of 300 people. We started back in 2016. We are now operating across pan India, which includes Bangalore, Chandigarh, Indore, and Noida. I'll pick it from where my friend left. Mr. Kishore from FSS mentioned about what are the success mantra of building a good company, a successful company. So with that being said, he mentioned about to make a connect with employees. So yes, we're talking about services. Our employees are our main strength, I would say. We are not a manufacturing companies where you're dependent on machine, you're depending upon raw materials, shipping. No, nothing that happening with services. What's happening here is you have to have right people at right places. So what we have experienced in COVID era, since we are talking about that thing, despite offering good environment, healthy environment, having all hands, town halls, a reward recognition, and similar employee engagement activities. Despite all that, what we have experienced is a high attrition rate. People have left the organization despite having everything perfect in your premises. So myself and my team have experienced the same, along with be it a startup, be it a mid-sized company, or be it a blue chip company like TCS, Infosys, who have experienced an attrition rate of up to 28% in last 2 years. So myself and my team have went across, we have deep dive into this to figure out how can we reduce the attrition rate within the organization. So we realized that people leave companies primarily due to 2 reasons. One is career opportunities. They have to figure out a career roadmap, and which they don't see in your company, and that's why they leave it. The other reason could be a good salary hike. Then you have second reasons could be bad politics, bad bosses, salary delays, pay cuts, and so on. To work upon those areas, WebMobile Technologies specifically working upon creating roadmaps, creating a career path for each and every employees. We do have session with our functional head wherein we ask them to prepare a clear-cut career map and career path for their team members, and that's how we show vision to them as to what specifically you're going to do here in coming days. Apart from that, typically any company is offering a typical salary hike of 12 to 18%. We at WebMobile have offered a hike of up to 30% in last 2 years to ensure that we maintain and we make that connect and ensure that employee can be retained at all the times. Besides that, I am sure you must have heard of Jay Chaudhary, who is founder and CEO of Zscaler, also said to be Zscaler. He is the richest Indo-American operating from US. So he started back the first company in 1997, and after that he opened up 6 more companies. The last company was Zscaler, which is a cybersecurity company. So once he said, at the moment when I wish to get retired, which is now, he's now 65 years old, I will make sure that all my employees get rich and get wealthy. And for that matter, what he did was he offered e-shops, which is employee stock ownership option, to all his employees. When he did that, his share was $50 per share. And the moment when he went public, the share went to a rate of $250 per share, which eventually made all his employees a millionaire. He did it in his late life, but we as a company, we are willing to offer e-shop to our companies So in addition to offering a healthy working condition, good salary hikes, a good career path to our employees, we are also willing to offer e-shop. And for that matter, we don't have to go to main board, BSc and NSC, no. I'm sure you must have, most of your people here are entrepreneurs, so you must be knowing that in 2016 what government did was, government launched a IPO for SMEs. So if your paid-up capital is more than 1 CR and less than 25 CR, you are all set to go for IPO on BSE, which is regulated by SEBI and Bombay Stock Exchange. So we are all set to prepare and work upon these 3 areas, which is creating career map, career path for our team members, making sure we make a good salary hike to them, and yes, make them wealthy to make sure this challenge for business and businesses can be taken care of. I feel honored to be here on this stage. Thank you so much, Business Connect, for the opportunity, and all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir. Now for the moment that we all were waiting for, and with the awards quickly, without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Asif Beg, Director, Caroline Healthcare Private Limited. Is he here with us? To join us on stage. And he's been given Best Home Healthcare Service Provider of the Year 2022. Can we please clap, give a round of applause for him? Yes, that's the music that we need now. All right. The moment for sir, congratulations. Backbenchers, you can't clap anymore. Why? So let's let good karma. One.
Yes, सामने.
But at the same time, not hurting medical professionals who are involved in ethical practice. However, between all these,
Can you have a big round of applause?
especially those who are in the private practice and big corporate hospitals, don't get a time to that.
Thank you.
More
Thank you, sir.
than 220 facilities.
Those need to be acknowledged for the wonderful work that they do. Even though I think I get a background after this calling all of you out to clap, but that's okay. For any
They will always give you dresses, fair dress.
Yes, please.
congratulations, sir.
Yes, please.
And a whole bunch of other results.
Thank you.
Sirs.
Yes, please.
Yes. You guys are doing so much better than before. Congratulations, Sanjay. You're a young entrepreneur. Guys, you're too good. That's the time you start laughing. So that's your, the hint. Okay. Still you're not clapping. Please clap, guys. It makes the winner feel.
Yes, please.
Congratulations, sir.
Yes, please.
You pick up one for me, be honest.
Wait. Wait. Yes, सामने. Thank you. Wait. Yes, सामने. Thank you. लोग कह रहे हैं. Yes, please, सामने. Yes, please, सामने.
Given, not given, what is happening? Everybody is so much engrossed and forgotten to clap. Why? for Dignitary Development Private Limited. They've been wow, everybody started to laugh finally. They're thinking that after very again. Wow, now I'm feeling jealous.
Yes, सामने सामने.
Stick around with us, that's why we will not be giving you. Now we are giving you, so congratulations. Up 2022. Can you please clap? Let's see how we. Trophy is with us. I think you're done with the awards. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Lovely to have you. Can you please clap for our Sita?
Thank you so much. Catch up on the phone.
You take your respectful award from the counter. Yes. Itna to chalta hai.
So you'll be meeting the same people.
Has to go, so please don't leave.
Thank you.
Stay with us for the panels, ladies and gentlemen.
Nisha, you finally came. Yes, Gate crash kiya, Nisha.
Entrepreneurs
Take care of you.
and the dignitaries. You actually explained all.
Director, United Art Logistics India Private Limited, to join us on stage for the theme Connecting Indian Entities to Global Businesses. And we shall quickly begin with our next panel now with him. Thank you. Mr. Anurag Sharma, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure indeed to be amongst the top entrepreneurs of the country and the dignitaries who actually explain almost everything I was wanting to say about. But the topic we are going to touch today is a bit sensitive. I'm going to raise a topic amongst ourselves, which is trust and quality assurance a package deal of negotiation? We all aspire to get little more for little less, don't we? Businessmen with suppliers and customers with their businesses. Everyone likes to negotiate their terms. And it's good to always know the best exchange rate of whatever you are having. The money comes hard earned
and sweat. But will extensive negotiation give you undying brand trust and complete assurance of quality and services? Or is it just what you have been waiting? Many a times, marketing tactics like price negotiation, bargaining seems very luring when someone successfully cracks them. If we think deeper and smarter, we'll know that there is hardly any negotiation to happen with the service provider at a prevailing price. Then how does he provide such heavy discounts? There can be two angles to this. Either the quality is depreciated or the prices are already above the prevailing ones. Not all deals are tasty. A smart buyer knows that quality and safety of a deal is of utmost importance. There is no harm in saving few bucks, but solely concentrating on saving them while compromising on the quality and need of services can cost much more than what you save. Shrewd marketers can lure even seasoned people into deals based on emotions rather than on solid business sense, which if not usually, then often result in one-sided benefiting businesses deals. As entrepreneurs, the first goal should be serving the consumer and the customer. The first objective while buying should be quality checking. Trust is two-way street, so no negotiation should be leading one way to prosperity. Dear friends, whenever we enter into a deal, whether we are buying it, we are selling it, whether it is service, whether it's a product, we have to be very careful while negotiating. Because only because of negotiations, there are many a times that we fall into a trap and getting into a bad deal. I know you all are self-sufficient, you all are grown up, you are grown businessmen, and people who've been leading the industry. But please try to be very, very careful while you're negotiating terms. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, sir. Now quickly moving on to our next panel speakers, and can I please have on stage CA Jubraj Singh Bedi, CMG Bedi and Associates, Chartered Accountant and Insolvency Resolution Professional, New Delhi. Can we please have you on stage, sir? Mr. Raju Muthupandi Nadar, CEO McLaren Consulting India Private Limited. Mr. D. Krishna Mohan Rao, Founder and Executive Director, Icon Industrial Engineering Services Limited. Welcome, sir. So now that you're here, you can start with your speech and we can get the speakers, those who will follow you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening all, everybody, delegates and various industry sector professionals. I am D.K. Rao from Icon Industrial Engineering Services Private Limited. We are based in Hyderabad. We are basically into oil and gas, fertilizer, petrochemical and power sector design and detail engineering services. We started our company back in 2011. I know we have 12 plus years of experience as a company. We serve globally like Hitachi, Cybersecurity. There are many multinational companies, I think, which is very new to the whole industry. The sector here is only software, so let me not take more of those names. So basically what we could hear today on various subjects like ease of doing business, or there are many other green sustainability. So we are, as an industrial engineering consulting services, we are already doing that. In terms of sustainability and environment saving, there is a green ammonia is coming up, and we are the first of its kind company coming up, and we are the PMC for that in India.
And also we are doing project management consultancy services for various companies, industry sectors in India and abroad. And basically, our USP is to have the senior consultants at the top, which are industry professionals, and then they get the next level and then followed with engineers. So basically, when we started in 2011, it is with just 2 engineers. Now we are 60 plus and serving all over the world. And in 2014, we have, the leap of faith which we heard in the morning session. So that has happened when one of our senior colleague, ex-colleague, in fact he was a boss, and then he joined us in 2014, and then we had a very good jump in terms of business, and then we are moving on. So as a industrial sector, of course I come from a village background, but today we are now serving international industrial consultants based in Hyderabad. And during COVID situation, as we were hearing that there are a lot of issues, of course we too had it, but we are also proud to say that there was no retrenchment or no salary reductions, so we kept our employees intact as well as happy. So in terms of all those ease of doing business, though we hear a lot of it, but when we go really to the reality, like Bangalore and all, they have their own set of rules, which is really very difficult to meet. I think the more to be done in terms of MSCs to be held in India. So this is what I need to say. I have to say. Thank you very much.
Can I now please have on stage Mr. Shiva, Associate Director, Federal Soft Systems? Is he around? Not around? Okay, no problem. We can move on to our next speaker then. And joining us virtually is Ernst von Kimakowitz, founder, Humanistic Management Network, Switzerland. The person is joining us from Switzerland. Can we please have her or him on the screen, please?
That got me with becoming a facilitator based on my background between Greece and India, but not only. Secondly, DIBA, as I mentioned before, the Greek Indian Business Association, promotes business for our members and through our associated organizations throughout the world. And we are involved in various aspects. Now, what I'll speak about is the Greece and India are becoming strategic partners in many areas of cooperation. We just recently signed a number of agreements between Greece and India, promote all kinds of activities from trade to culture to defense, energy, and things like that. Now, this strategic alliance also includes, I'm on the panel here, it says the United Arab Emirates. And we'd like to say that Greece and the Emirates, keep in mind, do have their own strategic alliance. We recently signed a €4 billion agreement between Greece and the Emirates for renewable energy, hydrogen, green, defense, health, and more. This is opportunities for Indians here to both 2 ways. One is to enter Greece and the European Union through the Emirates, or another way is to enter the Emirates through Greek companies who are doing business there. The second area that I'd like to cover is how is the business covered? I mean, the big companies, the multinationals, they know what they're doing, they have a certain business model. What we've seen through DIBA, in my observations, is that the mid-sized and smaller companies may come to us, they go to chambers of commerce, but they haven't really researched the market. And our finding is that you have to research the market before you approach anyone, see who your competitors are there, who can be your allies, and then eventually you have to get on an airplane and travel. Is it to India, is it to Greece, is it to the Emirates? We have seen that only those business people who are prepared to make what we would call an R&D investment tend to do good business. For example, I put together things in food processing, and in other areas which worked because the Indian side and the Greek side spends money developing their relationship. Short of that, the model doesn't work. Trying to find people in another country to work on a percentage basis and go from there. So thus, I would like to say that in conclusion, there's a lot of opportunities for Greece, India, Emirates fund cooperation. And that means that these have to be developed and they can be developed into profitable business opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us all the way from Greece. And now I would like to call on Indra Sindana Oja Maharaj, former MP Trinidad and Tobago, to please say a few words. Thank you.
Hi, good morning everyone. It's actually close to 7:30 a.m. in Trinidad. I also represent the Sandy Grant Chamber of Commerce. It is a team of chambers associated. So I bring greetings to everyone, particularly noticing the management and the initiative taken by the group. I would simply like to say that we in Trinidad, first of all, let me tell you that Trinidad it's a small island in the Caribbean. We're actually southeast of island in the Caribbean Sea. We're not bigger than 1,800 square miles, and we're just 7 miles away from Venezuela. So that should give you an idea of where we're from. I know everybody's tired, so I'm going to dive straight into it. In terms of our island,
excuse me, sir.
We are basically, what steers our economy is that we are an oil producing country. Oil was discovered in 1910, and we're one of the countries that is most, I want to say, prosperous in the Caribbean, thanks to the petrol industry and natural gas. Our GDP was $5.5 billion US dollars in 2019. This puts us in a financial center of the region. Now, having said all of that, we also export LNG. And we're a supplier of close to 13 billion MC in 2020. What does that do with India? We have a strong diaspora network in Trinidad. We're close to in the 30s in terms of percentage, almost 33% of East Indians. I'm a fourth generation. Because of the craving appetite for our motherland, there is a lot of trade happening between Trinidad and India. To start with, we do have a High Commission office in India. Not to mention that the women of Trinidad and Tobago just go crazy over the Indian culture and the clothes and Indian people on the whole. And we're now seeing it migrating to other ethnic-based communities. Our business in the region has also been starved due to the pandemic. It gives everyone the opportunity to restructure, revisit how we do, what we do, when we do it. A lot of small businesses have gone now into the software where a lot of them are conducting meetings on Zoom, looking at new ways and initiatives. I take the opportunity to say on behalf of most of the organization on the East-West Corridor that have been pulled together, that we look anxiously and wait and with a craving appetite to continue the trade dialogue and get more involved in India. Because of the competition worldwide, cutting the middleman out and dealing direct with India is going to be a great help for the pocket of those who have been displaced out of a job. Thank God that our government has not sent home people during the pandemic and kept their public servants. But we see India as not just emerging, but I would say after China, number 2 in the world. And we know that most of the companies are gravitating towards India and international software because of the educated, I want to say the people in that field who have the knowledge and the know-how. So when we look at the amount of money being invested in India in terms of software and IT companies, we know that we are in the right position to partner with India. So without going into a lot more, which I had planned to tell you a bit more about trade, I don't want to go forward because I know that we have Dr. Indrani who's coming on and will talk a lot more about the economic side of it, which I wouldn't take much of the time and rob her that time. But I'd also like you to know that my group, my team of business people will be supporting you, and we look forward to a successful business relationship. With those few words, I thank you.
Thank you so much.
Namaste, Sitaram, and Salam Alaikum.
Namaste. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind presence, virtually though, but really we are honored to have you with us today. Now, moving on to our next speaker, Major Gurjeet Singh, CMD Napa Finance, USA, to please come on the stage and say a few words.
Hello. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Encouragement and Preeti. You both are doing an amazing job. I can understand, due to the time constraint, I will almost be talking to vacant chairs, but it's okay, I'll do my duty. Regarding entrepreneurship, I've written a lot of things, but I think I'll sum up in a very quick 1 minute. In entrepreneurship, basically what you have to focus is on you. Don't be selfish. You know, there are a few speakers who were talking about look after employees, take care of, and they keep moving. There's a lot of attrition in H&R. Problem is, if you do not focus on your inner energy and don't be positive, in every approach, you are going to have all these byproducts. People leaving you, people not trusting you. So be honest to yourself. Company can grow if your inner growth is there. So everything in this universe is nothing but a frequency and energy. And once you omit positive energies, it'll come back to you multiplied. The whole cosmos will be with you to make you successful. I've been an army officer and gone through many sad and good experiences. I'm sure you have seen Kashmir files, and I was a witness to it. So few shameful things all politicians do. Don't believe them. They are immoral people, all of them. Focus on yourself. You need to learn how to wade through tough times. When we become an army officer, we get trained as a person. And as a person, when you are fit and robust and with good values, then any situations you will find a way out. That's what an entrepreneur needs to do. So with these words, I will thank you all and good luck to everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. So, no worries. Okay, can we please have on stage Ms. Rekha Sharma, SG Nigeria India Business Council and Chair, International Affairs and Export Import Committee, IIA, New Delhi.
Thanks very much, Preeti. I'm really very honored and feeling very happy that I'm being invited to this great forum and this speaker. And I was seeing, we were talking about the entrepreneurship since morning. but I think that for the entrepreneurship, only one thing it is very much important is जुनून। वो जुनून जिसने मुझे कल रात सोने नहीं दिया, जिसने मुझे मजबूर किया मेरे टॉपिक पर लिखने के लिए। मैं बहुत सारा कुछ लिख कर लेकर आई थी जो मैं शेयर करूंगी ओंकारेश्वर जी के साथ, और शायद आप लोगों को मैगजीन के किसी पेज के रूप में आपको मिले। यहाँ ज़्यादा ना बोलते हुए मैं बहुत सारा धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ ओंकारेश्वर जी को, और एक छोटा सा परिचय, शायद मेरे परिचय से आप लोगों को हेल्प मिलेगी अपने बिजनेसेस को वर्ल्ड वाइड फैलाने में। मैं since 2007 I am supporting Taiwan government for their research in different parts of India. I did research in 18 states of India for the Taiwanese companies where they can come and establish their factories. So my research papers are there in Taiwan in Mandarin from 18 states of India. Mostly I worked in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka. So anyone interested to connect with Taiwan can connect with me. I'm also, since the lockdown, everyone was at home and we were not having anything. But वो जो जुनून था मेरे अंदर कि हमारे SME सबसे ज़्यादा प्रभावित हो रहे थे, तो during the lockdown I developed a program. It is India SME Trade Connect. How we can connect SMEs of our country to interact with each other. क्योंकि हम में से जो बायर है वही हमारे सेलर्स भी हो सकते हैं। हम आपस में बायर और सेलर्स भी हैं, तो हम क्यों एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट को ढूंढ रहे हैं, क्यों हम नई जगह पे जा रहे हैं। जो मेरा रॉ मटेरियल है वो आपका फाइनल प्रोडक्ट हो सकता है। तो उसमें मैंने काम किया और ये जो प्रोग्राम डेवलप किया था इंडिया SME ट्रेड कनेक्ट, अब लॉकडाउन में ये अपने जुनून से प्रोग्राम तो तैयार कर लिया, पर उसका करूँ क्या। तो मेल तो कर सकती थी क्योंकि एम्बेसडर्स जो अपने अपने घरों में बैठे हुए थे वो भी फ्री थे। तो आई सेंड emails to all the ambassadors of 84 countries, India, Uganda SME Trade Connect, India, Vietnam SME Trade Connect, India, Taiwan SME Trade Connect. How we can connect SMEs of those areas, other part of the world, क्योंकि वो भी उतने ही प्रभावित थे जितने हम छोटे छोटे SME थे। क्योंकि मैं एक छोटी सी मैन्युफैक्चरर भी हूँ, हिमफ्रेश ऑर्गेनिक्स मेरा ब्रांड है और अल्मोड़ा में फैक्ट्री है, और मैं 8 महीने अपनी फैक्ट्री नहीं जा पाई थी, तकरीबन सब बंद करना पड़ा था। वो जो सामान, वो जो मेरे ऑयल बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, ऑयल का एक लाइफ होता है, अगर मुझे उसकी खुशबू बनाए रखना है तो 18 महीने तक अगर मैं उसको काम में नहीं ले रही हूँ तो वो मेरे लिए फालतू हो गया था। इसी तरह से और पार्ट्स में भी तो ऐसे ही हो रहा होगा। तो मैंने उनके लिए प्रोग्राम डेवलप किया और बड़े गर्व के साथ आपको कह सकती हूँ कि ड्यूरिंग द लॉकडाउन हमने 274 वेबिनार्स किए डिफरेंट कंट्रीज के साथ 12 महीने में, और जैसे ही लॉकडाउन खुला हमने सेमिनार्स करे उन कंट्रीज के साथ, और फिर वहाँ से डेलीगेशंस बुलाए, और मैं खुद एक डेलीगेशन 35 इंडस्ट्रीज में लेकर युगांडा गई हूँ, और अब मैं कल रात फिर युगांडा जा रही हूँ LPG बॉटलिंग प्लांट को एस्टैब्लिश करने के लिए युगांडा गवर्नमेंट के साथ। तो मेरी समझ से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज प्योरली स्टेट ऑफ माइंड, कुछ और जरूरत नहीं होती, एक अच्छा बिजनेस प्लान और काम करने की इच्छा। फंड करने के लिए हर कोई बैठा हुआ है आपके पास। जिस दिन आपका बिजनेस प्लान अपने आप में प्रॉफिटेबल दिखेगा, हर कोई फंड करने के लिए बैठ जाएगा, हर कोई फंड कर देगा अगर उसमें वायबिलिटी है, उसमें कुछ है, उसमें कुछ बिकने की का सिनेरियो है। तो मेरे लिए केवल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज जुनून। मेरा टॉपिक था आज का भारत के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड यूएई के साथ क्या बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज है। Undoubtedly, I am going to give my speech to Omkareshwar ji. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Omkareshwar ji, for providing me this platform to interact with many intellectual people. Thank you very much.
Now, can I please have Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey ji to come and take us through to the last bits of this show.
We had clubbed a couple of our sessions, and many of the speakers had joined from various parts of the country and also from various parts of the world. So we already requested some of them to say a few words, and some of them have already spoken, and still some people are there. I again want to request Dr. Ernst von Kimakovis, if he is there online, so kindly come and say a few words. Dr. Ernst von Kimakovis, founder of Humanistic Management Network, Switzerland. Are you there, sir? Mr. Ernst, Dr. Ernst von Kimakovis, founder of Humanistic Management Network, Switzerland. If you're there online, I would again request you to kindly come online and say a few words. If you're not there till the time, I would request Ms. Loshni Naidu. She is the grading assessor with ITGCSA Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Ms. Loshni Naidu, are you there? Ms. Loshni Naidu, are you there? Dr. Indrani, Pandita Indrani Ramprasad from Trinidad and Tobago. Pandita Dr. Indrani Ramprasad. Dr. Maruf Reza from Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dr. Maruf Reza. I think it's our fault because of the delay of our sessions. Many of them have left because time also clashes with them. You know, somewhere it's midnight, somewhere it's early morning, and so different time zones are there. Our sessions with the international diaspora had to start 2:30 and it had to finish at 3:30. So we are already very late. So. Joint Secretary of Association of Indian University, Dr. Alok K. Mishra is soon going to join with us. So we are waiting for him, and till the time I would like to request Dr. Puran Chandra Pandey ji to say a few concluding words, concluding remarks after listening to all the speakers very briefly, just 2 or 3 minutes. May I request you? Dr. Puran Chandra Pandey. I know that you know both the arts.
Thank you very much indeed, and congrats good enough everybody. Everybody has left, so but I can really say 3 things. What I learned today after hearing everybody out, after interacting with the people, and how did I observe what I observed. It's very important in life to sit through and observe people. And that is probably the one art we can really have within us. That art could be very powerful. That art could probably give you time to reflect. You can watch people out. And I think when we think about entrepreneurship, it is nothing but what we learn from each other. How do we really imbibe values which are honest, open, and transparent? And finally, how do we really use all of these observation abilities, ability to connect, ability to reflect, and be honest with people is that then we begin to sort of align our work, our culture, our value, and all of these things are very important when we really go back and begin to do what we had to do. So that is something that I believe has been my learning, which I keep on doing wherever I get a chance, to learn from people and observing people without them knowing that somebody is observing them. I think the kind of value and the kind of long-term value that you can derive just by watching people. And I can tell you something which I learned on my own, was that when I was a kid, and I used to go to the school by bus, but many times I had to wait for the bus used to come, and I could board the bus and came back home. And that was kind of the moment when I used to sit, watch people, see how people behave with each other, even if they were driving their scooter or going on their cycle. What was the kind of the motivation which might have been driving them to what they were really doing? So I can directly tell you with my own experience, and my experience cannot be wrong, because this is what I'm told by many people. Look, one of the best ways to learn is not really to go back to books, not really go and read a newspaper or a magazine. How do you really relate to people? And that really is one of the best human behavioral approach to learn things, imbibe values, and put them back into whatever you have been doing or I have been doing. So there can't be anything better than what you and I and everybody else could probably learn by watching people, by seeing what they have been doing, and then reflecting back. I think there can't be anything more valued in terms of the learning that we could probably do. And very quickly, what I learned from today's conference is threefold basically. One, that I found sort of people being absolutely spot on in terms of gazing at the value of the theme that we have today to talk about, to reflect on, and to learn from each other. So that is the one learning which I feel has been very valued, and I go back home better enriched in terms of what I learned. Second thing, I met with many new good people, and this is how our journey becomes more enriching, and we have to make the best use of whenever we go to a place, how do we really sort of learn from each other, relate ourselves to new people, because new people always bring new sort of culture, new set of values, and the learning that they could probably offer you on the way could be absolutely brilliant, if I could probably say so. The third thing which I learned out of what I did, starting from the morning until now, is that there's nothing else I can tell you. But the value and what they exude, and somebody was here who spoke very little, but he spoke a lot of sense. Somebody from army, then he sort of talked about who he is and talked about value. And what he said, and I'm sure all of you would have cared for what he said, if you are honest, and if you energize yourself and motivate yourself from within, the whole cosmos comes together to help you, guide you, support you, and see to it that your path to progress does not really get hindered at any level, at any cost, and somebody will really meet you somewhere on the way. And this happens with each one of us. Some of us will not care about it. We will let things come and pass by. But some of us would really like to capture the moment or moments together at the end and spending with each other and seeing to it, and I can tell you again, it is all about the cosmos coming together. So two people meeting together, talking to each other, trying to find out some kind of a common ground. And that common ground sometimes can take you very far off. So you need not really care to be in the company of somebody for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 10 years. Sometimes in life things change in a jiffy and and it is all about who you meet, when you meet, what you think. Does my thinking really tally with you, for example? And we can really, in many cases, we can talk to each other without talking to each other. I mean, you can read me, I can read you, and that's it. And I know many friends of mine, including me, I can think about you, for example, sitting in front of me, and many things happen. I don't know who does it, but I can think too deeply about you that you have no other way but to lie, but to make things happen, and see to it that it happens in a very, very genuine way. So we do not really need to know each other for many years, many days, many months. It could happen in a second. And Harvard studies on human behavior have concluded that you need to really be in touch with somebody only for the first 30 seconds. And then either you are through or you are not through. And rest of things are, how you get along, what you do, what you talk. So we really need to value the kind of quality of time and intuitive alignment without talking to each other and seeing to it that you have not talked to me, I have not talked to you. But then you remember me for always and I remember you forever. And I think this is the beauty of the life, where you communicate with people without really physically talking to each other. So I would really say that my day today has been very meaningful, very productive, and especially when, we all are humans, we all want to hear about some good things from somebody. And that does two things. One, that you begin to reinforce your goodness in you. Whatever little it is, you look good, somebody tells you you're handsome, you feel happy. If you do something good, somebody comes and says you have done a good job, you feel motivated. And then you go and achieve something and somebody said you did a good job. So your day is made. So my day today has been made because I've learned quite a lot. I met with some very good new people. I learned quite a lot. And then I also got some words of encouragement from people. And I think this is the kind of a value we all carry with each one of us. And that value is not only reinforcing, but that value also goes on to help you find maybe a better pathway. You need to be better tomorrow than who you are today. And all these small things in life matter. We would have done many things in our lives, but can somebody come to you and say, look, you did a good job, or you were good at your work, or you could communicate with somebody without really talking to somebody, one-on-one. And I think those are the kind of things which I personally, and I also think most of you, carry back home. And these are the memories of life. And therefore, whoever we meet, whoever we talk to, wherever we go, we need to really find some moments of truth. Leap of faith is a bad idea. I've never agreed with people who came and, good faith offer. Leap of faith is nothing. It happens only within you. And only you can feel it. And you can just tell it, but there's nothing in life called leap of faith. This is what my personal feeling is. But I think there is something which is good faith, where we look into eyes, talk to each other, and we find instant value in each other. And we carry that value for a long, long time, because things in life will happen where we will need to forget certain things, because the brain otherwise will get totally caught. But then, in moment of truth, you'll always remember the person, you'll always remember what you learned, you'll always remember the school you went when you were a child, you'll always remember the teacher who influenced you the most, and then you end up remembering and reinforcing those memories. Why do we really keep pictures in our drawing rooms? Rooms where we sleep, and it only happens because we want to remember something good which might have had happened. And so that's the kind of broad idea which I feel. And I thought, if I had been given 2 minutes, I should certainly try and say a little bit there, and say to all of you that whatever good you gain, you should never give up on that. And one of my bosses, very senior man, I have been very lucky about my life because I worked with some of the best people. And in my first job, I was the executive assistant to Ed Mentor. He was nothing when we were together. And when I was moving on, of course I moved around the company. And when I got posted to London, I would go to his home. His home was always open. I could go, sleep, eat, talk to his son and daughter. And he always told me, never give up on your goodness. It's very easy to build up on who you are to be, but never ever give up on your goodness. And when I landed in Bennett Coleman, Aditya Mittal, his son, who was a young guy, he has played in my lab. He came as a board of director to Bennett Coleman. And when he met me in front of the owners, he said, "Sir," I said, "Look, you are a member of the board, and I am an employee of the company." So he said, "No." But he stood by and talked. So, these are the kind of value sets that we have, and they're all good things, and we should never, ever try to give up on it. So thank you very much indeed. And I have learned quite a lot. I've met many of you. And I go back home with more connections, more learning, and perhaps more goodness in my bag. And I think that is the kind of value which I feel is more precious than any money which you can spend in life. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we love your energy. You're here since morning and you spoke so well till the end. Thank you so much for talking to us and sharing your views and your thoughts and feelings of having the Dignitary show. And now for the vote of thanks, can I please have Kajal Dobhal, Senior Editor Business Connect, to join me here on the dais and give the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Special Guest, our sponsor, FSS Global, our event partner, Prima Partner, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kajal Dobhal, Senior Editor at Business Connect, and I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests. I wish to thank each and every person who has attended this conclave by addressing them particularly, but due to time constraint, it's not possible. Therefore, I would like to share my special thanks to to all the dignitaries present in this event. Also, special thanks to Mrs. Deepika Chikhalia for her special appearance as the chief guest. Moreover, I would like to congratulate Mr. Omkareshwar Pandey, Chairman Organizing Committee, Indo-Global Entrepreneurship Conclave 2020. Our CEO, Mr. Abhishek Kumar Dubey, and other board of directors, Mr. Ashutosh Oza and Mr. Ashish Kumar. Finally, I would like to thank all of you present here for making the time to be with us today and helping us make this event a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Today, we spoke on entrepreneurship since the morning. We talked about it. This was an endeavor to make you feel closer to the topic of entrepreneurship and understand it more deeply from the eyes and experience of the dignitaries that were present with us today. I hope all of you globally, as well as of course right now here in India, and those who attended this show, I really hope you had a good time, and we really wanted you to go richer after having experience and attending this event. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Preeti Hoon signing off for today, and I hope you will remember me hosting this event for you. 22, powered by Federal Soft Systems. Thank you so much. I'm Preeti Hoon signing out.